Good morning. I got worried for a second because it was taking an awful long time to load up. I want to change this, just in case I have to do something while waiting on the login queue. I must have been compiling shaders at the start or something, I've got worried. 1300, I guess that's not bad. That's probably... I'm not going to make an estimate. Probably maybe half an hour. 20 minutes maybe. We'll see. We'll see how long this takes. How low it goes after I refresh. Just give it a second, and then I'll probably log in, get a an error, get booted back to desktop. Oh. Okay, we went down 100 steps, so I think it refreshes every 30 seconds, probably like closer to 5-6 minutes, and then I'm in. I didn't get as much sleep as I'd like last night because I was too busy fucking around with Bale in Elden Ring. I think I could have like feasibly done it at like rune level 1 on New Game Plus 7 without the scatter trees, but it would probably take at least another day worth of grinding it out, so fuck it. I want to play something else. Actually, while this is waiting, I'm probably gonna tidy some things up. So BRB. Right, I'm back. Ah, damn, I took too long and got in twice as far away in the line as you. Damn, unlucky. I mean, I was pretty quick on the mark, but I was still 1300. Oh well. At least nobody plays on Europe, so the queues are never too long. I dread to think what it's like on Crystal. $700, okay. And then it's thinking what I do as soon as I log in. Do I look around, observe the graphics update, or do I go straight to the MSQ? Well, I got some stuff to do at the FC house beforehand, and then I'll probably get started. Gotta check my submarines. I just had a friend who found out his subs lapsed while trying to log in. Whoops. I'm grinding pick 2 up, so I'm hoping to try it and save some MSQ XP for it. Yes, that's a good idea. Pick 2 looks fun. I'll probably will level that up after I do a tank. I'll do the MSQ on Scholar. Because I'm not striking. I bet this fucking alleged healer strike's a blip on the map. My mage gets the cool dash, and I guess that's enough to satisfy me. I mean, the additions in general were pretty whatever. I think healers on the whole at least got you know, actual new stuff, but a lot of the other jobs was just like, oh, you get to press a new button every time you use your 2-minute cooldown or something. And I'm just thinking, okay, sure. Doesn't really excite me. But it's just it's Endwalker 2, I guess. I'm not a fan of those buttons. Hello there, Doc. Meanwhile, I've got to look forward to my fucking White Mage transformation on Scholar. I'm thrilled. I love forced glamour changes. I love cosplaying as a White Mage. It's like an AoE 2 on some classes. I don't know how you'd even like plan around that very well. I mean, I think what they what they do a lot is they just give like a high potency move with like AoE drop off because so that it doesn't feel like shit to use in dungeons. Like, as much as I love Scholar in dungeons, the fact you have to blow so much like single target shit genuinely just feels kind of bad. You've got your at least chain combos into like an AoE dot, but still like chain's a single target. And then you got your energy drains, which are all single target. So all you got for AoE is Art of War. While everyone else gets, you know, at least 1 or 2 more other buttons they can press. So I'm gonna turn this fan up. It's toasty in here. The only saving grace of that Art of War is the like highest potency healer spammable AoE, but still you've got nothing else. While all the other healers get like shit they could use on AoE trash that does good damage. Okay, we're in. Maybe. We'll see if there's a world error like there usually is. Okay, my plan worked. I'll always log out in like a low traffic area, like the inn. Mentorship renewal notice, don't care. Ooh. The eyes definitely look noticeably different. But besides that, the gear doesn't look that different. I guess the lighting here might look a bit nicer. Oh, I definitely noticed it on the Orchestrion. Holy, look at this metal texture. Looks shiny now. Though not everything's been updated, clearly, I don't think. Because that's to be expected. Yeah, I already know all this shit. I guess the question is, where am I going to stick Seraphism on my hotbars? They're already jam-packed. I guess maybe I just get rid of Repose and put that somewhere else. That might be the play. Let's look outside. Maybe I have to enable stuff in the graphics settings. Is that it? Display settings. AMD no. Okay. DLSS is better. Frame rate threshold. 3D resolution scaling. Shadow resolution. Glare. Wait, why is my water reflections off? Water refraction, rather. Let's stick that to normal. Actually, let's test these. See if I can notice a difference in these. Yeah, actually, it should be like up here. The AO. Yeah. The HP AO is a bit stronger, I guess, but the GT AO is probably more accurate, maybe. I guess the HP AO might be slightly too dark. I'm gonna go with a new one. But yeah, I don't look too different, which is to be expected, I guess. Probably just as well. Hey, what's this? Oh, it's probably for one of the new jobs, right? Worried Weaver. Viper, okay. Don't care. I level up melee jobs, I never play them. Oh, the lighting in here does look nicer. This used to be like really dark before. Now there's like a nice orange glow. Right, actually, I wonder how Gold Saucer looks. Whoa, look at this gold. Actually looks gold now, but not like some kind of weird like paint on plastic. You know what I mean? I guess also the other big thing is that they've updated the materials, but it's not like the geometry itself has received an upgrade in most places, I think. Which is to be understandable, because I think updating every single asset like that would be way too much. Oh wait, I want to test somewhere out. See if I can get up there or not. Okay, gate's not active. If I might have to reduce your frame rate to get up here. Display settings, frame rate. Fuck, how'd you get up here again? You could definitely jump up here at like a really low frame rate. Like if you dropped it down to 15, you'd be able to get up here like every single time. But I want to walk up here because the lighting's dog shit before. Might still be bad. No, okay. The lighting actually in here looks okay now. It doesn't give you a hideous face. I look good. Oh right, I can buy maybe spectacles from the Gold Saucer vendor. Nice claimant. What have we got? Oh, the faces we wear, thick-rimmed, contemporary. I'll just buy them all. Is that it? Okay. It's kind of weird how they just didn't just convert all the glasses into these. I'm already wearing glasses though. Can I wear glasses on top of my glasses? You have unlocked face where these purely decorative accessories can be worn in addition to headgear. Review your collection by selecting character from the main menu following faceware. Okay. On this window, you can choose different styles and colors and devise the perfect look for your character. Okay. Like, I can wear glasses on my glasses. Hold on, I said I'd post this somewhere. Well, so actually, I can take these off. Actually, there we go. I don't know why the color options are so limited, though. Is the thing. That's the only thing that kind of bothers me. Also, they don't have the actual style of glasses that I like to begin with. There's like the kind of half-rimmed ones that I would usually pick otherwise. Yeah, I don't want any of these. Let's go check out... I'd go to my FC house. Because I wonder how maybe the graphics update affects houses as well. Oh, oh, this will be good. My personal lion fighting is going to actually look gold. Wow. Looks good. That's more like it. Right, I need to check my submarines. Because they've increased the level cap from 100... No, I can't remember which levels it is. It's higher than before, though, so I put them out to bank some XP. They should be back. Oh, this looks actually a bit more different than before. Huh. The shadows aren't as dark either. Makes me wonder if I can... Housing... Because the lighting level was already low in here. I wonder if it's light. It was probably... Maybe it's more light now because of the light coming through the windows. I wonder how it's going to look at night time. Because I hope this isn't the... how dark it can go. Let's check my workshop. I'll check my private chambers afterwards as well. And then my personal house. Hey, I knew it was a good idea. Right. Any new zones? No, okay, we just redeploy. And then sell all this junk that I would have got. I made a good like 50-60 million at the start of Endwalker off the new materials, and I think most people aren't thinking about their submarines as soon as they log in. So I was the only person on the market board for like a couple days even. think I got lucky as well, but that's besides the point. Well, the company chest looks nice and gold now as well. Just take all this shit, dude. I don't need it. It's probably all worthless now anyway. Actually, I might as well take the Susosauruses and just check. And maybe the raw half-log partition. Right, I'm gonna go check my other house. I got lucky because my personal house is right next to the FC house. I was scooping this one out for a long time. Nobody else bid on it. With the lighting in here, does actually look nicer. Much lighter as well. I doubt they... Well, yeah, I don't think they changed too many housing items. I want to say these look slightly different, maybe. They seem a bit more reflective, but not too much. They definitely have a more metal sheen to it, but it's pretty matte looking. It's not like super shiny. Actually, I guess they did update the housing items. Like, this looks more gold, I think. I don't know about this one. Actually, yeah, they probably didn't update everything, because this makes me think it would be gold and not yellow. I didn't check my private chambers in the FC house either. I want to go there. I'm wondering how my personal museum might look like, because I set the lighting in there to be really low. For a reason. But for what I've seen, the indoor lighting in the houses seems a bit high. Move to your private chamber. This doesn't look too different. I want to say the shadows look... Actually... Did this stuff have shadows before? I think it did. I have to check old screenshots. Did the housing items have shadows before? Am I going schizo? I feel like I would have noticed this before. The shadow being cast from like the table of the books. But for some reason it's sticking out to me now. Maybe it wasn't there before. Maybe your housing items do actually cast shadows now. Need to specify chambers. Go to my alts room. Oh, this is too bright. No. I need to go in here at the alt. It just... Even if it's all the way down, it's probably still going to be too bright. This is too bright though. I'm going to have to complain on the official forums or something. Actually, this always had a shadow, so maybe I was going schizo. There's my ruby dragon. Ooh, I think the Guardian armor got updated. I want to say that looks more metallic and not plastic than before. You can definitely see it on the Orchestrion and this banner. It's hard to tell what has and hasn't been updated though. I can definitely tell on the Crystal Tower statue on the base there, and the Bahamut thing. And on the picture frames. So maybe they did go through all the heisting items and then change things. Like I can, yeah, okay. Interesting. Dude, that would have been so much work. There's so many heisting items. I gotta what? The lighting around here looks nice. Look at that gorgeous metal line now. Who should I dump these on? Oh, they're not actually worthless, okay. How dare the museum be bright? I mean, I set it up in the way that was like, it had mood lighting, you know? I had two spotlights pointing towards the middle of the room to, you know, highlight the central exhibit, as it were. I'll even go show you, because it's now probably so bright you can't even notice that I did that. It looked really cool as you entered. Now it's too bright. Like, we have 5 lighting levels. Don't make it too dark. Or too light, rather, to begin with. Wrong. I keep entering the wrong room every time. I mean, I guess you can kind of see it, but yeah, I set it up in the way that you get these 2 spotlights lighting up this section. Yeah, you can barely even notice that now. Maybe if I think, I don't know what lighting level I set it as. I'd have to log into the alt to find out, but yeah. I wonder how it would look if I turned it off. Can't do that on this character though. Let's see this. Oh, you can see what has 2 die channels or not. Like, they'll have 2 icons on them. So not all my stuff has 2 die channels on it, unfortunately. So what die channel 2? Oh. No, I'm not going to do anything here. Why does this hat have 2 die channels, actually? I guess because it changes the glasses room. No, the hat is die channel 1, and then... Oh, it's the legs on the glasses. Oh no, it's the glasses entirely that are die channel 2. Okay, that's nice. Wait, why is there 2 die channels on... Oh, wait, what hands am I wearing right now? Oh, it's the, Oh, it's these ringer bands, not... Oh, wait, I know what this is. That's the Island Vacationer's Torque, so die channel 1 is the nails, and then die channel 2 is the bracelets. Okay. What about my other glamours? My mage. Die channel 2. Oh, the colored bit, shit, nice, okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Now I can actually match up all my colors, probably. Nothing on this hat yet. Probably be able to recolor this red part with the boots. Nice. Oh, there's like no double die channels on my Sage and Astro gear. Oh well. What about Paladin? Really? Nothing on Paladin either. Nothing on my Gunbreaker. Nothing on Dark Knight. Nothing on my Warrior Glamour. Nothing on my ninja. Oh, like I could. There's 2 dye channels on my skirt here. That's the cash shop skirt. I guess all the cash shop stuff probably will have 2 dye channels. They were probably top priority. Samurai and Monk, they've got the 1 dye channel on them right now. What about my Reaper gear? Rip. Dragoon? Well, half this is undyeable anyway, so that wasn't gonna work. What about Blue Mage? Nope. Black Mage? Nope. Summoner? Nope. Red Mage? Red Mage has some dye channel stuff, but this is a cash shop thing mostly, so I'm not surprised. So now I can dye the maybe the silver thing on this now. No! That's such a... Really, the underside of the hat you can dye? I mean, I don't mind, but I would have preferred if I could dye the gold thing up here, maybe. Oh well. Doesn't actually look that bad. What else we got? Bard. 1 channel still. Machinist is all 1 channel. Dancer is mostly 1 channel. I guess the songbird hat is 2. What's these again? Bridesmaid's tights are 2. Okay, it's probably only the new stuff, and I'd imagine the Realm Reborn stuff that has 2 channels. Specifically. And maybe some, like, stuff from, like, the last patch. Probably has 2 channels. I forgot to patch, so here I am. Are you liking the graphics update? I mean, you notice it in the lighting, but not so much the, and some of the materials. But I wouldn't say it's sticking out too much elsewhere. It looks good where it looks good, and it just doesn't stick out where it doesn't. Like, I notice it here. Like, these materials, this is way more reflective. Like, the sheen on the floor, and the lighting looks really good. Same with the lighting on the war. And my character looks almost the same. The eyes look a bit more different. Look slightly different, but not too much. So I've got nothing to complain about. Actually, how's the texture on my top book looking? Holy shit, it looks so much better, dudes. Holy. It's not just a mess of pixels anymore. It's still slightly pixelated, but you know, I can actually tell what's going on now. It's not just a fucking blob. That was reshade. Let me go check. I search Ultimate. Wait, don't type that in. I search. Hey, where's my... Does this look... This looks way cleaner as well. Sick. So I guess they updated all the ultimate weapons. Do you have any DSR weapons? I remember those looking kind of deep fried too. I mean, all the ultimate weapons look deep fried too. I didn't clear T or DSR though. I'm not raiding anymore. That looks so much better. I mean, I could just go to Raz at hand and check. I need to sort my inventory. Jeez. I guess everyone's looking at new gear. Let's check. Heidelin. Wait. Dragon Song. There we go. Oh, that looks so much better. Look, you can actually see what the texture is. Whoa. There is a texture under here. There are details. Yeah. I mean, I think the problem with the ultimate weapons before is because every everything's got a texture budget for the maximum size, and I think the problem with the ultimate weapons was that the fact that the particle effects probably had to share that budget, and then of course the textures had to suffer as a result. So now that's not a problem. They're probably still going to be lower resolution looking than newer weapons, but it's way better than before. What about more of the Omega weapons? I knew this used to look dog shit. Oh, this looks good. I mean, it looks better. You still don't want to zoom in too much, but you know, it looks better than before. Nice. Oh, it looks so much better. Holy. Gotta take a screenshot of this as well. What else do I remember looking kind of bad in particular? I think it was mostly like Dark Knight weapons, and especially the Reaper weapon. I guess all the end game stuff from here will have 2 die channels. No, that's surprising. Maybe the upgraded version has 2 die channels. It doesn't, huh? The die channel thing's all over the place right now. I was expecting more stuff to have 2 die channels, but I guess not. Oh well. Where else do I want to check out? Let's go check out Tail Feather, because they showed off Tail Feather on stream at one point, and the grinds looked pretty impressive. That looks way higher resolution. Look at that. Okay, Emarrel, give me the final boss spoilers. It's Hildebrand. They made him the main character. See how this tree holds up close up. Oh, that does look better. I mean, the ground here looks much better as well. It's just that it's nighttime right now, so it's hard to tell how the material actually performs. Put your face down again. Okay, the shadows still have that thing going on where they kind of give you that look, but I guess it's only at like extreme angles now, and not at like any time there's crap lighting. It looks better. Is the graphics update enough for Asmon to come back? Probably not. I mean, it's good, but the thing is, though, they went out their way not to change the art direction, which I think was the smart idea. But there's some things that stick out as being really good, and there's some stuff that's just like, is anything different? For better or worse? Actually, I wonder if they updated the grass density out here. That does look more dense. Actually, they were showing off Elpis and that one Shadowbringer's zone a lot when it came to the grass density, so I might have to teleport there to look around. Because I guess the point of the hinterlands is that it's not meant to be densely grassy, you know? It's probably not the best example to look at. Yeah, let's go teleport somewhere else. Norvrant. Ilmeg. Like, you totally notice the graphics update on some materials, like a lot of metallics, golds, those really stick out. On some other stuff, not so much. Oh yeah, apparently the grass reacts to you now. It like moves around when you walk through. Nice. Somebody else is here. Check it out. They're a Pictomancer. I guess they're here to do their fate grinds, maybe. So I'm gonna get closer with this Aetherite. It does look nicer. There's like a more translucent quality to it that I like. I should have taken before and after pictures. Alright, I want to get to Elpis next. Probably want to go to one of the higher zones. They'd probably be more dense. Actually, this does look... Yeah, this looks much better. Unfortunately, it's always nighttime when I want to look at stuff in this game for whatever reason. Anytime I want to take screenshots of something, it's dark. Let's look at the Aetherite. Looks nice. Let's see how old Charlene looks, because that's probably been more updated than probably the other zones. Hopefully it's foggy. That's pretty clear by the way. I think they added an option to make it so that cutscenes only play while they have voices, or rather they autoplay while they're voiced. Don't know what the setting for that is though. Log window, perhaps? Audio. Wait, there's an equalizer mode now? Huh. That's new. Fortunately, it doesn't sound better than me just setting a custom EQ, but whatever. Where's the setting for this? Other settings? Cutscene audio, that's English. There's nothing here. They added a setting to make it so that voice cutscenes play automatically, while unvoiced ones do not. Which I've been wanting for a long time, because it's been annoying. I have to turn it on and off every other cutscene. I'm saying UI settings, maybe. General. Let me go on the lodestone to check this. And before they don't even show where it is. They just said it was there. Check patch notes. Wait. Modified search voice. Players may now adjust text and auto advanced settings to apply only to voice dialogue. I guess maybe might do it in a cutscene and not here. But yeah, like right now here during nighttime, the graphics update doesn't stick out. That's for sure. It looks almost the same. And then stuff on like these aetheryte crystals look much better. I'd say the foliage on the whole looks better. I should be looking at other people's characters just to see how they look. Yeah, like here, you know, the shadows on the face would have been like really bad. It just made you look ugly. But now they're not bad. They're like smoothed out. Dude, why is the carbuncle still a thing for summoners? Oh, there is this banding I'm noticing. I'm nitpicking now. I wonder if it's a shadow resolution thing. No, that already is high as it can be. Shadow cascade, best, cast shadows, shadow softening, strongest, cast shadows, maximum. No. I guess that was a shadow from our headgear. Okay. A new world to explore. Ojika Zunjika has a message for you. Welcome back, Couch. I've just had a word from Erenvale. Erenvale? I think that's how you pronounce it. It seems he's managed to secure a passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. I guess that's the new quest start sound. Oh, this was funny. At the end of the expansion, this map rolled out. It looked really low res. It still looks pretty low res, honestly. They should have. Come on, they could have at least gave this twice as many pixels. Oh well. At least the map looks good. Why is this so low res? Like this is nice and big, like nice and clear, but the new one looks kind of blurry. Feels like an oversight. Text auto advance. Oh. Apply to voice dialogue only. There we go. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Morning, Emerald and chat. How are you doing today? I'm doing good, Dragon Lord. I got up nice and early. I didn't get much sleep though, so we'll see how long I last. But I'll probably play a long time today, regardless. How are you? The only one yet to arrive is Erenvale himself. Ah, here you all are. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel about Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenvale. I doubt anyone expected to have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now's the time to voice them. I'd say the darker skin looks better as well than before, maybe. Also these like leather straps. Just got to work. Might not be able to listen for most of the day. I mean, that's fine. Just tune in when it's convenient. Just have a good day then. Hopefully it's not too much hard work. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Emarrel, yes? We've not forgotten. I'd say the twins look noticeably more high res, I guess. I definitely notice on the skin and like the materials on the body. The hair as well looks cleaner. I can see it a lot in the eyes as well. The nation of Tuliolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphano and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbours. By visiting Emarrel, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Elsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest its all due attention. The leather texture on the jacket's actually quite nice, like the material to it. It's not too like overdone here. It's quite matte looking, but you can tell it's leather in the way the light hits it in places, like especially on the shoulder. I notice it quite a bit. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're all welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryl? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Yeah, like the cloth texture here on the scarf. It's got like nice detail to it. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. Oh yeah, now the fur texture on the Hrothgar is here now as well. It's not so much on the arm here. You can't notice it's there in places, but it's more so on the face. The Golden City is a children's bedside story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Province has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Hoist sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. We won't make you Dawn Servant by standing here and talking about it. I go wherever adventure is to be found. Where's my option to just say, fuck it, I want to go fishing? Well said. We won't get far wallowing in the shallows. Right then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. I just realised I'm going to have to do so much reading over the next few days. Maybe my orating skills will get better over the course of this expansion. We'll see. Probably not. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbour. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. I think you're doing well. Very soothing. I appreciate it.
savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
I don't know. I genuinely did not prepare for this expansion. I caught up on the MSQ like 6 hours before maintenance, and I cleared out my inventory, and then caught up on the PvP series like just before that. I left everything to the last minute. This is probably the first expansion that I haven't actually prepared for.
From the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
I wonder if the next expansion will be Mericidia, maybe. The Australia expansion. But for now we're going to South America. I can't wait to botch all the names. I'll try and make an effort.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Personally speaking, I'm the kind of person who will just sleep through a long trip, even short trips. It's an inconvenience. Whenever I'm on the train or bus, I just doze off. There's been several times where I've missed the stop. Von Jean Tain, an Ellison fellow. Oh, this will be my first visit to Doral. These names, Von Jean Tain's the name. I was working at Esthame's Aesthetic in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlene in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliodal seemed to be the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Self-assured trader. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Bekote, the Hetsaru, the Hrothgar, the Zebral. Not because every member is given clan, not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. They're gonna call me a potato, is that what he's telling me? Are they actually gonna call me a popato? We'll see. Swarthy sailor, shall I do my pirate voice? I don't know if I can. It doesn't even have like pirate accent either. It is dialogue. I won't read it that way then. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next to the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants to the right of succession. Your young Uoklamat being one of them, of course. But from what Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Alafillig leader. I'd heard Erenvile was looking for passage to Tuliolal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of the chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, he had just scheduled an expedition to Taral. Are there any other NPCs I can stalk around to? What's Alice got to say? I can feel my edge starting to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Deep breaths, deep breaths. So what a lot of people don't appreciate is that during the main story quest or any quest, there's going to be like NPCs that aren't essential for progression, but will still have knowledge to impart. Like, it was actually a pretty big deal during Shadowbringers because Emmett Selk would be like orbiting the party and he'd actually have interesting stuff to say. Kryl. Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tural is still in good distance away and it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. I haven't talked to everyone yet. Where's Alpha though? Oh right, it's up here. I passed by him. Actually, where's Erenvile? I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Maybe Erenvile's below deck. Burly adventurer. My story. Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Taral almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Ketenram with open arms, and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back: potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales of Kettenram returned to Tyrrell several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. I'm going to be going to the origin of my namesake. What a twist. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. Gah, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tyrrell, it becomes impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warbands have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Right, back to Cryle. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erenvile teach us ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Oh, storms are brewing.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tyrrell, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh dear.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses.
I thought this would be more like a preemptive measure, not something you turn on after you're already getting demolished. There we go.
What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Woklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
You know, I've always liked how the rain in this game looks.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Don't they have beds in the ship? Why am I dozing off over here?
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
I don't know how like long seabirds can usually fly out from sea to land, but he's
For a
right.
dark
We'd have to be
moment, I
relatively
thought the
close.
ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
I'm noticing the glass material on my glasses during these cutscenes a lot as well. It looks quite good. I might have to take a closer look after I'm out of here with the G-pose.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
It's cool how they're recreating the cinematic cutscene from the trailer here.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
That was a cool thing to do, because usually the cinematic cutscenes feel kind of detached from the main game. So the fact that they recreated it there was nice. Yok Tural, Tuliolal. I guess the BGM here is big bad. I hadn't listened to any of the stuff they previewed beforehand, so it's all new to me. Looks lush.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tuliolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
Dumb Charlene, we don't do bureaucracy here.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuliolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
The skin on the Mamuja looks really good.
Well, well, you really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Okay, I like how they timed the music there. That the cutscene plays out for the entire duration of the BGM, and then it starts again, where it loops. And then you're free to roam around. Oh jeez, my frame rate's probably going down because of all these players. What's my frame rate right now, even? I guess 50 isn't that bad with this many players. It shouldn't affect actual gameplay, at least. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. You have arrived at Tulihyolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with a swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbour in Old Charlene. Actually, what I want to do is bring my experience bar back up, because I usually have it hidden. Because all my jobs are back, so the experience bar has been irrelevant information for the past 2.5 years. The nation of Tulihyolal. Well, being on solid ground has improved Wuklamat's mood. Her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Since I'm best in slot, I probably won't have to open these coffers either. Right then, first things first. You still seasick? Get a grip. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Yeah, sure would. Yeah, I would as well. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were, so the Third Promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Wuklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise does not get seasick, no sir. I'm looking at the cloth material on this. It looks nice, especially the hair on the shoulder with the partners. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it as much as we do. Can't talk. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. They did have a point. Wuklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of our station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups as to attract less attention. Just technically, ignoring me then. The fur shader looks like way better during daylight. Like it's looking really good on the face here. I noticed that earlier on the Hothrar as well from earlier. Couch, you and Kryl can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have enough time for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Kral doesn't look thrilled about it. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself. What with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbour. Erenvile already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Yeah, it's just little boats around here. I guess that the big ones are over there. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the river from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods to export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls and neighbouring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Wuklamat and Krile are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Okay, it's just the regular thing. I don't need a tutorial for this every time. Right, there was an option to hide players that were nearby quest NPCs. But where is the question? There's so many display options in this game, but try to fucking find them sometimes is an ordeal. They need like a search function, I think, where I can just type thing I want. Quest progression settings, here we go. Hide nearby players when close to quest NPCs. Hide nearby players when interacting with quest NPCs. May also hide nearby party members. Okay, we'll just take these both. Or maybe not. I kind of like, you know, seeing everyone on expansion days and patch days. That's big. Oh, while I'm here, might as well touch all the Aetherites. Buruk Tsison. How am I going to pronounce these names, dude? Panome. Malihali. That was an easy one. That's our leaf mate. Okay, he's over here. How are we ever to fulfill all these requests? What we need is some experienced in trades. Okay, those aren't available yet, I guess. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliolal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbour, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, should I mention that here in Tuliolal we buy things with Pel, a currency that Pelu created. You're telling me my guild's worthless? What's the exchange rate? I am a billionaire. It's not a problem. But don't worry, more and more trades is coming from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. That's convenient. There's also Wachu Beki, Wachu Michi, I don't know how you pronounce this, Wachu Meki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Hehe, I can't wait to see the look on your faces. I want to see their glamour. I don't know if all the gear has been... They probably have been all been upgraded, but some of it sticks out more than others. Like, there's a very subtle leathery material to this. But I noticed a difference more on the these boots. Probably because they're cash shop items. They've probably got an incentive to make the cash shop items just slightly better. Actually, where's the... Go. Rubulja Dawn Hunt Vendor. Apologies, friend, but I only offer my wares to hunters approved by the Dawnbright Coalition. I'm looking for the retainer person to change my retainer location and do some tax evasion. That's what I'm looking for. The Aetherites look really good. They look like gems now. I dig it. Look at this guy's armor. Holy shit, looks so good now. Look at it. I might have to go for like more metallic looking armor now. So how does my other tank sets look now that I'm in the daylight? Eh. Gunbreaker looks about the same. How about my Dark Knight set? Yeah, it's not sticking out so much. It looks very similar to how it was before. It probably hasn't been touched with the graphics update that much. I noticed that on the cloths, there's definitely a, in some places at least, it looks more cloth-like. I wouldn't say the metal sheen on it's sticking out on anything else. I don't think all the gear was updated. I'm going to assume if it doesn't have 2 die channels, it probably wasn't updated. Actually, oh, they got the undieable set. Interior Melder. Independent Merchant. Actually, what do these guys even sell? Mix potions. Okay, they sell potions. Wait, is there a new dark matter tier? There isn't. Okay, good. Should probably stock up on that. Cherry Moya. Tural's most famed export. Beneath the scaly green skin is a soft, sweet pulp. Pacific. What are you selling? Oh, you're the repair person. Okay. Vigalja, tradecraft supplier. Okay, this is where you go to buy all your new equipment, but it's going to be normal quality, so it's not going to be great. It's probably all worse than just having high quality level 90 gear. Battlecraft supplier. Oh, we can probably preview some stuff here. Let's see what we got. Is there anything new? Snow Cotton. This is not new, but it's got 2 die channels. Same with this. This is a recolor of a Stormblood set, but because it's got 2 die channels, it's going to be better. Better. Disciple of War. Loboskin coat offending. Yeah, this is all Stormblood gear. This, can we dye the metals on this? Please tell me I can. No, we dye the 2 cloths. Rip. We've added 2 dye channels, but I'm gonna start thinking, oh man, I wish I had 3. I wish I could dye the metal parts. I knew this was gonna be an issue. Oh, we've even got 2 dye channels on the weapons. That's very good. Wasn't expecting that. So what, the outside and the inside of this blade, perhaps? And then what, enable dye, 2nd dye channel. Actually, what's the second? Oh, the 2nd dye channel is doing this bit here. Okay, I would have thought it would do the silver bits, or the black bits on the edge. Oh well. What else does he sell? Actually, what is the crafting equipment here? Did not sell any, okay. They just sell tools. So two dye channels on the crafting equipment as well. Gemstone trader. Well, he's not going to sell anything to me, are they? 1,000 apologies, madame, but I must ask that you return after I finish preparing my wares. Okay, they're not going to sell anything to me. Genervocate. Greetings, I take it you've come to see me about a retainer. Here we go. Dispatch retainers to Tuliolal. That's what I want. So, because nobody's going to have retainers here, the tax rate, it will be 0% if I sell anything. The way it works is that if there's a lot of retainers in a location, the tax rate's 5%. If there's like a low amount, it's 2%. And if there's like jack shit, it's like 0%. I think. Like few market tax rates. Here we go. Normal, reduced. Wait, there's only 2 tax rates. There is 0%. Yeah. And then, yeah. So like Ishgard and Kugane right now are reduced to 3%. Normal tax rates 5%, and Tuliolal is 0% right now until the 29th. You want to dispatch your retainers to somewhere that's unpopular. Hakilja. Welcome to Tuliolal. You're the adventurer Wuklamat recruited to her entourage, yes. If there's anything you wish to know, I am at your service. What do you do here? Is it not obvious at a glance? Then again, perhaps a Eorzean would be unfamiliar with Mamurja culture. I am the Bunwena tribe. I am of the Bunewa tribe, and I like Musabakin. I specialize in matters of the arcade. As soon as I came of age, I left my hometown of Mamuk and travelled all across Tural to hone my skills. It gave me some much-needed perspective on the world around me. I considered travelling to Eorzea next, but I took quite a liking to Tuliolal, and so I plan to remain to make use of my magics here. What manner of place is this? Tuliolal is the beating heart of Tural that the Dawn Servant would call home. It got its start about 80 years ago, when the newly crowned Dawn Servant decided to build a town centered on Yokhui temple ruins. By implementing a medley of techniques from all different Turali cultures, the Tuliolal style of architecture was born. Beautiful, isn't it? By the way, have you heard that Galul Jaja is stepping down as Dawn Servant? I suppose he wants to live out his final years in peace. In any case, I hope you're as excited for the Ascension ceremony. It ought to be quite a spectacle. Nice. I'm probably one of 6 people that have talked to that NPC. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliolal. I think I told you before, but my brother, Kona, spent 3 years studying in Charlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built out immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the right, to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Jacques Tural. Let's make a stop at Right Bloom Post on the way, though that's the headquarters for the Landsguard. It's a chunky Aetherite. Jeez. Okay, look at this. I'll go next. Okay, to like the northeast side. We're probably going to pass by all the Aetherites during this quest, I'd imagine. It's probably the main purpose of it. Though there's one down there by the harbour. I'm going to touch that. Hello, sir. Hold it! Nobody touches a single one of these, not until I finish sorting them. Fine, suit yourself. Script exchange. Zero jar. Fresh juice, squeezed from locally grown fruits. Anyone? No? I mean, you'd probably have better business if you actually, you know, stuck your market where you know, the main traffic is. Amika. Welcome, traveller. If you require my scrivening services, you only need to say the word. Scrivening? This is an odd place for a retainer bell. Bit out of the way. Do any of the other cities... I guess some of them do have retainer bells in other places, you know, but they're usually next to market boards. This one's just out of nowhere. Is there a ramp up here? No. What's Tisulja do? Come on down to Aunt T's Tacos. We've got a wide range of options, from healthy to hearty, plus a variety of salsas to choose from. This is our flagship location, by the way. Or at least it will be when I get around to opening a second branch. Hehe. It's a food stall. What manner of foods do we have here? They said tacos, but there's other stuff as well. There's your tacos. Lots of skewers as well. Scrivening is just what scribes do, write stuff down for you. Oh, is that what they do? Okay. Never heard that word before. Now I know. My vocabulary's expanded. I can stick that word in a video. It sounds smart. Thus, Tulia allows elevation. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. I don't know about you, I would not want to be driving wagons up these steep slopes. The incline's pretty steep. You're gonna need some horsepower for that. Wasn't the reporter lady in Harry Potter a scrivener? Well, I've never been a Harry Potter fan, so I wouldn't know. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Book Lamat gets her endless endurance. Actually, what's up here? Pipia. Beautiful, healthy plants, aren't they? Growing a garden on the coast has its challenges, but it's nothing we can't overcome. At least you got a nice view when it's not foggy. I wonder if they'll ever update the starting cities to just be like one cohesive map, because like the expansion ones are kind of huge. And like completely seamless. Look at the size of this wagon. You're telling me they managed to get this up? The slope? How strong is this thing? What's this as well? Look at the size of this wagon. Whatever, it's magic. I don't have to explain anything. Don't think about it. Bol Majun. Dude, look at this guy's armor. I wish I could see it better, but it's nighttime. This here is Bright Plume Post, also known as the Landsguard's headquarters. Under the command of the great Zoral Jah, we hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threat detected on patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause trouble, you hear me? Man, it's always nighttime when I want to get a close look at something. This guy's armor is sick. Look at this shit. Holy. I like the feathers on the shoulder. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuligolal and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are held by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Jah took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alice should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. American-sized weapons. Yeah, weight wagons. I mean... they could be used as weapons at that size, man. Could you imagine that? Careening down the slope. La Filja. This is Bright Plume Post, headquarters of the Landsguard. You are welcome to look around, but take care not to interrupt our training. Okay, they are. They're training. Whoa! These even have sound effects on them. Usually these like side NPCs just doing their animations do not have like sound effects associated with them, so this is like an extra bit of attention to detail that I appreciate. Only me though. Nobody's gonna come over here and be like, holy shit. It's Baltimore. I haven't seen that guy in forever. Probably won't even recognize who I am because I changed the name. Good to see some of the guys from Heavensward still sticking around though. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants. The Yokhui. A race of giants? How big are we talking? Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Jak Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. But getting back to Jacques Tural, those lands are also part of Tuliolal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents in a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa travelled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. I'm just gonna... I think regardless of who wins a right to succession, there's going to be probably some conflict that arises after the fact, regardless if you like it, regardless if you want peace or not. I don't think any right of succession in history goes smoothly, right? But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gates than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Jacques Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn servant, but until then, you'll have to wait. I'll hold you to that. Then I'll make sure you win, mark my words. I wish we could go there right now, yeah. Be patient. I swear that once the throne is mine, the travel permit is yours. That's a big door. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolal is unlike any other place I visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. The American race at their giant gates to the giant bridges with their giant wagons. Maybe there's even a giant wall. Okay, so the equipment you get right now is eye level 645. I'm currently 660, so there probably won't be gear upgrades until at least 66, 67, and even then, this gear will probably carry me until the end. A city of stars. Muklamat is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliolal tour. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. Is that how you pronounce that? Dirigible. Can I Google that word? Dirigible. Dirigible. Okay, I just pronounced it correctly. Play Final Fantasy, you'll learn all kinds of new words that you've never heard before. The localizers always have the thesaurus at hand. You have dirigibles too. Tuliolal certainly doesn't wants for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Gets another one of these things. We're going down now. Trace, these wagons are bigger than the building I live in. It feels like maybe I just have a warped sense of scale because my character is small. I'm a min-height Lalafell. I'm probably like 2 foot tall. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the side of Yok-Hui Temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Jacques Tural, to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yok-Hui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into place, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We climb these set of stairs here, all the way up. There's just an empty shack here. Huh. This is for the social gamers to do their meetups. This is what this building's for. Not for me though. All my friends don't play anymore. Stormblood was a long time ago. Oh, look at this guy, lifting up his child. Whee! Discuss the palace. Wait, did we pass by the residential district? I didn't see many houses at all, really. Huh? Discuss the palace. Papa's palace is called the Volok Shuna, which roughly translates to Invincible Resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Let's try what I've got to say. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what the carving at the top represents. Carving at the top? Oh, there's like, I guess 2 birds. Oh wait, there's an ether right in there. Let me just like grab that first, and then we'll turn back. How many house rooftops can you see in the district below? Yeah, but she said we were passing through the district is the thing. That's what got me. There's like this house is down there for sure. But I think we just walked right past them. Or did we? Maybe they're inside the mountain. Maybe there's a bunch of doorways that I missed. I'll take a closer look. I'm curious. Like there's something there. Actually, no, I see houses here, okay. Maybe that's what she was talking about. Maybe we were going to pass through the housing district now, just that the palace was on the way. Because there's certainly a lot of houses around here. Okay. They're empty, though. Where do the people live? Can we go in here? Can. Linu Hali. Ah, a visitor. Come on in and enjoy a moment of respite from the sweltering heat. And I wish I could be as welcoming if someone just barged into my house. Hunmu Ho. Who do you think is going to win the right of succession? The whole city's talking about it. Yeah, we'll win. We've got 2 beds in here. Who's the houses? Strife Solka's trying to... Damn, he jumped all the way over. Strife Solka's had enough. Just jumped off. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Okay, now we're at the quarter where people live. I was wondering. Oh, we have residents from all of Yukcharal's clans. Mamulja, Zibral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tona Wata, Hitsaru, and Setoda, who moved south from their ancestral lands of Zuktaral. I'm not even going to try pronouncing some of this shit, dude. My British tongue is not equipped for it. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tuliola's diverse character, the adornments on each building contribute to the electric cultural aesthetic. Is all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. After I attune to this. I think there's one last one on the beach. Dude, they even got like a little spa over here. Or not a spa. Somebody doing their laundry, I think. They're washing their fruit. Let's see what's in here. These Turalians have really big houses. Discuss the huge drum. That big drum there is called the Dawntrail, over there. They play it for formal occasions, like the honouring of the Landsguard return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Ripped the skin? Oh, off the drum. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Discuss the huge drum. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? A big stick? Probably. I've got alpacas. The fur texture probably looks way better during daytime, I'm finding. In low light conditions, the fur shader does not stand out. But I guess it's hard to make things, you know, stand out when the light's low. Actually, I need to just look at my Astro Heart bars. Oof! Look at all this shit. Draw's gone, play's gone, Minor Arcana's gone, Astrodyne is also gone. Okay, we need to slot in Astral Draw. Put this somewhere else for now. I kind of don't even want to get rid of them. At the very least, I want to keep Draw and Minor Arcana. The rest can fuck off. Buy Astrodyne and play. Astral Draw goes on my regular draw button. And then three play buttons. I get it, but at the same time. Oh, no, it's technically 4 play buttons because you got your 3 play buttons and then Minor Arcana as well. Uses the sleeve draw animation. Okay. I'll play that another time. Alright, I was going towards the Aetherite. This long dock landing by the looks of it. We probably already passed by here as well, but it's nearby, so I'm going to touch it. Because I imagine the quest is going to make you pass by all the Aetherites anyway. Well, I'm still missing some. Dirigible landing. Okay, over there. And then 4 yards cabin. Where's that? Oh wait, I'm already at the 4 yards cabin. That's why it's grayed out. Okay, that makes sense. So, dirigible landing's last. And then that should unlock shortcuts to outside the city gates. Wait a minute, the alpaca keep has something to say. Welcome! If it's an alpaca you need, look no further. Before we get you saddled up, I'll need to add your name to our register. It'll make things smoother the next time you need a ride. There's alpaca porters rather than chocobo porters. Haha! I wonder if they fly. Of course they're gonna fly. It's just gonna look silly. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? Oh, there we go. I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Etherites. Corona brought back the plans from Charlayan, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of Dawn awaits. I've never been in a hot air balloon. On the other hand, I don't know if I'd actually want to go in a hot air balloon. I'm not a fan of heights. Actually, it depends. If I'm somewhere high up and it feels secure, it's fine. If it doesn't feel secure, it's not fine. You've attuned yourself to all the Aetheryte shards in Tuliolal. Okay, so this leads somewhere. Like my high school was connected to the local sports center, so like we had a lot of options for gym class, and I tried to do the rock climbing, but it would just scare me shitless. I couldn't fucking do it. This is it, the Arch of Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yoktural Landgate, but when Papa founded Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rite of Secession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas, fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome. They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryle. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. No, it's daytime now. I want to check out the fur shader on the alpacas. Back we go. This guy's just snoozing. Looks nice. Looks convincing. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, then look no further. Those stone pillars, you mean? Shit, where is Kryl? She's over here. Under all the people. Kryl regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look at them, you'll see there's something much more interesting. So it's time for the Tuliolal history lesson. Also got a quest marker here, destination. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break then. BRB. Inspect the stone pillars. Yes. Wait, one of them looks blank. Pictures. Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gullo Joja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn about how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. Lay of the Brotherhood, Lay of Reeds, Lay of Repast, Lay of Pots. Okay, let's see the Lay of Brotherhood. This pillar tells of the Lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketenram? Ah, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he travelled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Lay of Reeds. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village at Kozama Uka. Ah, the people at Alphino must mistake for Vanu Vanu. If not for the colourful plumage, he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. Lay of Repast. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure here depicted here is of Zebral, like me. For decades, the Zebral and Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Dawntrail. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There's a clan of Hrothgar in Bosnia known as Helions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Zebral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically cultures can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silverwork they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. View the second half of the pillars, yes. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in the Urkupacha. Is that how you pronounce it? Urkupacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the merchant clan. They oversee Tuliolal's markets. Their travelling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks they are clever and calculating traders. Lay of Ice. Oh, this is one is my favourite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle within the legendary Tural Vidral, the Valley Garmanda. I should explain, a Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the far eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomena? Valley Garmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and seal it away in the Urkupacha mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valley Garmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness in Tuliolal's national emblem and adorning the banners of the palace. Lay of Proof. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yokhui, the largest of Tural's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yok Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Jak Tural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built, beyond the Sky Gate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned their lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Ukropacha. I'd never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. So this is a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and ambitions and their place in Turali history? Blank Pillar. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter in Tuliola's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of Earth's history then? Yes, thank you. The first dungeon always takes a while to get to. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Time for some big fat tacos, I think. The wetness on the stones here, on the floor, looks quite good. Yeah. Speak with Luke Labat over here. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliolal classic. You bake a crunchy shell from cornflour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zalyav TA best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with our old Brook Avu. With old Brook Avu? I'm botching all these names, man. What a colourful fellow.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye, and now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale, like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now, to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Yeah, somewhere where it's not raining as well, ideally.
Oh.
Our tacos.
Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest, that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor! Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings
Well,
indeed.
can the other clans not intermix in the same way?
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Shame they're squashed and soggy now. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tulia cuisine, but we should hurry up and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Talonmarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Valak Sunsha. Ah, my poor empty belly. Well, I'm going to take the Etherite is what I'm going to do, Kryl. Up here. Seeing this big fuck off door just open so effortlessly just kind of makes me smile. Big. There's a lot of people up here, by signs of it. Yep. What's Erenvile got to say? Do you have a better feel of this city now? Well, I'll just say. The food is amazing. I passed Mamulja. Passing Mamulja, let us try a fruit called Cherry Moya, and it was sublime. Right, over now. We saw a two-headed Mamulja on the way here, another claimant in the right of succession, according to Erenville. You made it, good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. Here's our next guy, Erenvile. There we go. Upon speaking to Erenvile, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I've got all weekend, don't worry about it. It's not even voiced. I've acquainted the twins of the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly squirrels. Heh, I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Wait, the Styrian's here.
Styrian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul. If
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
Yep, the pint-sized hero. With the book.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Emarrel.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamati.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
The gold trim on Estinian's armor looks really good, under this thing at least.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawntrail. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Doesn't elaborate, it just leaves. I guess all the claimants are going to be here now. Here's the local school bully.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja. You four will compete in the rite of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Serpent. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to thee always for inspiration. The rite of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples.
Boss, I don't know how I feel about this two-headed ruler thing. Whenever I see some sentient being with two heads, I just think of all the awkward situations you have to live through. I mean, surely you just get used to it, but still. You know, it would just be daily life, but still. You're physically attached to like another conscious sentient thing, right? Do you have the same impulses and physical needs?
So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
It seems like the right head in either case seems to be the dominant one, I guess.
Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense will know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself.
I'm going to be sitting and say the animation makes kind of like animate one talking about. No, we've seen the other mouth talk on the fourth claimant, so they can definitely both talk.
And find the city of gold.
He just talks sparingly. see, his mouse did move.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word.
The graphics update really stands out on Gulul Jaja as well. It's like it's really noticeable. Even as a new model. Probably because he's a new model.
All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Oh, it's the things from the statues. Okay.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
You gotta collect
So
a bunch of gym
Golden City
badges.
Stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with
If the 2 heads are always unanimous, what is the advantage of to the 2 heads? If they ever disagree, which head do they obey? I don't know, man. Don't think about it. I don't know what to think about it, honestly. I guess because they're such a rarity, they're just seen as, you know, stronger. I don't know. I guess you could maybe look at real examples of conjoined twins and how they go about life, maybe.
I'll be watching you progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
I can't wait for the plot twist later on. It's going to be that Wuklemat forgot one of the tablets.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Kryl Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Because she looks so sad.
Once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your golden city. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
I wonder if we'll ever hear the second heads talk ever. even just once. Because my frame rate wasn't looking too hot there.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads. I made my decision and I mean to see it through. I'll check the first option.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Saralja, the first promise and commander of the landscape. Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Saralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Saralja was born all the same, with a head of Resolve's features, and the head of recent scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
I don't think the DLSS is fucking stuff up here. Just pause this cutscene for a second, but like look at the aliasing around Alistair's legs right now. I'm gonna have to look at my graphic settings. You can see it here as well. It looks like oof.
Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Kyle, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
Oh, the crowd goes wild.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Claymans.
I had the same issue with the AA on the benchmark, and I'm pretty sure I fixed it somehow, but I can't remember how.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition. and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders. And then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The left head finally has something to say.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Everyone's already leaving. By the time Book Labat comes out.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
That was a long cutscene. They weren't kidding. Also, it's been 3 hours already. Jesus. Time flies. I need to find a piece of geometry. Too bad it's dark right now, so I can't even see anything anyway. Like, it's weird. It only seems to be apparent in cutscenes with the weird anti-aliasing. Graphic upscaling. Huh. I don't know if it's the in-game DLSS is not as good. There's definitely certain different qualities to them. Edge smoothing. Oh, we can check different. So with DLSS, we can't check different anti-aliasing types, but we can with FSR. What's a TSM AA with camera jitter? That just makes the edges have a sort of, I don't know, vibration-y effect to them if I'm looking close. It's hard to describe. It might not even show up on stream as a thing. I need somewhere with daylight so I can actually see the edges. I'd be able to tell. I can probably be able to tell more on plants. Off. FXA. TSMAA definitely seems the sharpest of the bunch. But it's weird. Because the tree here doesn't look pixelated at the distance with DLSS as it is now. Wait, I think I remember what the problem was. I want to say... Right. What happened is that there was some weird shit. I'm pretty sure I wrote about this somewhere. Is that even though you can't select your anti-aliasing type while under DLSS, it still influences how shit looks, despite, you know, not being available when you select it individually. So like if I put it off now and then go DLSS, there's not a visible difference. But if I go with this, yeah, you'd think there'd be a visual difference with the on or off. It's odd. I'm gonna see what happens if I do this with the camera jitter plus DLSS. See if that smooths out. That does look a lot more smoother. What the fuck? That looks so clean on the edges now. We'll see how that holds up. I'm curious. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa's not one to waste time where he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyola saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go take a look. Actually, I think if there's going to be any problems with the anti-aliasing, surely it would like be really apparent here with all this foliage in the distance. And there actually isn't It's weird. I don't know why it was so apparent in the cutscene. But not out here. Everything out here looks clean. But in the cutscenes it looks fucked. I don't know if there's some weird, like, interaction going on with depth of field or whatever. I won't worry about it. For now, at least. Let's see how it holds up. I don't think I can jump down here. Oh, I can. Nice. Oof. That makes everyone. Wuklamat, the tablets if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet. Let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out, keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. I'm gonna spend these cutscenes trying to look for stuff that might be an issue. I want to say some people definitely did point it out during the benchmark. There was some solution to it. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said that we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's people, that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliola's saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact location where they took place? Like, it's still blocky on some things, like you can tell here, on this pillar, where the light is. But some other stuff doesn't look blocky, like, the texture here looks completely clean. It's the edges on stuff. It's bizarre. If one is close, we could go back there and search for the lector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season. The whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. So we're going to be given 2 choices again, I'm assuming. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about the storm we passed through the sea. Apparently it had ravaged Yok Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, there's more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. Yeah, like Alice, yeah, the edges on the characters look cleaner now, but not so much on some geometry. It would be prudent to ensure we are prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. A stern nod. Yeah, I need a daytime scene to test out. oh, it's lightening up. But I'm gonna assume you'd think these these trees would be exhibiting the same issue. Well, if I turn off anti-aliasing and then turn on DLSS, will that clean up the edge? Don't know if it did. That's weird. FSR. I can definitely see the hard edges, like on this tree here, with anti-aliasing off with FSR. That makes sense. And with camera jitter, there's like some really bad shimmering on this tree in particular. With it off, not so much. FXA, it kind of blends together. And then with the DLSS, I can still see a lot of aliasing on this tree trunk. If I go TSMA, apply, then go DLSS, apply. I should be taking screenshots. Doesn't seem quite as aliased though. No, it's the same. Weird. This is placebo. It's like it might depend on the scene. Actually, I wonder if the fix, now that I think about it, was setting DLSS via NVIDIA Inspector and not via in-game. Let me check my 3D settings, because surely my benchmark settings will still be in here if I did that. Oh wait, it just uses the same settings as regardless. Okay, it's not in here then. Definitely remember it being a problem though. Speak of error and vial, all the way down here. There was the start of a particular cutscene where it really stood out, so I might have to probably go there at some point and check it. We'll see later. Not on stream. That's alright. My reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside. Zibal Yalv T. TA? It's a mystery. Greetings, visitors, Atulio Yal. Welcome to Forard Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you your rooms. I don't know if the cutscenes are doing some weird shit with the anti-aliasing. Is the thing. Wait at the designated location. Wait, we can check the rooms here, I guess. Retire to a room. Yoktural. Ooh. Ain't this nice? Even got a chair and everything. Can we doze off on this? We can. The unending journey. Could be, actually, is it going to be in the cutscenes here? Let me see. Saga in stone. Learn about the stone pillars. Okay, it's probably not there yet. Probably need to complete this quest chain and then I'll be able to see it. Orchestrion. Yep, the usual stuff. It was only apparent, the anti-aliasing thing as well, when it was like the end of the benchmark, where it told you your result. It would be like really apparent. You'd have like really blocky stuff in the distance. But during like actual gameplay, it seems perfectly fine. And that seems to be the same issue I was having here with the cutscenes. Like, look, that building looks perfectly clean. Same with the players in the distance. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Couch. Like, see here. I don't know, it's weird. Like, Alice's boots here looks fine, but Alfredo's boots here, not so much. I don't think it's a level of detail issue. It's the aliasing on the edges. It's weird. I might try FSR after this and see what happens. But where are Erenvile and Wuklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. And who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. And give you credit for taking the initiative at least. What you mean at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I too, I'm happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Well, link pearls probably. Stick this in your ear, so we can ping you. What's this? It is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful in our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Speak to Wuklamat. The Tuliolo saga features a number of Tulial's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought the representatives of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located on Kozuma Uka. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkupocha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wanchun Pelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours of work to us, Couch? Sure thing. Upon completing this quest, the base scenario will branch into two quest paths. Completing the quest from the helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC once you have completed their series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of... Yes, the same shit as usual. Let's talk to the Hanu first. To Kozuma Uka, the helpful Hanu is waiting your answer for questions. So, what is it you'd like to know? The route to Okhanu. We go south through the Arch of Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside Kozuma Uka River. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though houses were torn apart, and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by the storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Cosma Uka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Ziabral TA. It's all been arranged. I can't pronounce these names, dude. Take me back to Charlene. They had all English-sided names. Wing of Protection Scout. Wait, what? This is a new feature quest. Oh, this is probably for the hunt marks. A scout of the Wing of Protection is on the lookout for a likely adventurer. You there! You're Couch Popato, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who has been lending the third promise our strength. Then well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You're familiar with the Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar in Tuliolal, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you in our cause. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Bolagor, the Zabirral. Jabral? I think that's how it's pronounced. Jabral. Jabral is a master of the hunt, and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. Right down these. Where are they? Over here. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommends you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters. If you're good enough for Wuk-Lamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Couch. Suppose I better get down to introductions. Or maybe I don't need to. This whole area came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Kona who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them and bring us back the proof. You get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rules is I have to test every hopeful on their beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to their name be a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily away to their doom. Prove yourself in Taral and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Dawn Hunt's now accessible. You're now able to undertake beginner hunt mark bills from the Dawn Hunt board in Tuliolal. Yeah, okay. Same as usual. Might as well pick these up. And drag this to my inventory. What guild ship is this? What I'm after? Oh no, beginner Dawn Hunt, that's what I'm after. I'll just drag this here. Check that whenever. You beasties. Look at this guy. Some sort of iguana looking crocodile. Whatever it is. Other quests that we have around here. Sights of the West, that's going to be our sightseeing log. Might as well go pick that up. Wait. God damn it. This guy's made the same mistake as me. Got up the ramp thinking this was the way up. That was over here. Mate. Alright. Should be it. I feel that this could do with a like a slight gradient in color, depending on the height. Might make it easier to read. Elzeby Ironheart. Fellow Eorzean, am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? Show me the sights. Did you hear Milith give you her journal? My, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm her cousin, Elzeby Ironheart, at your service. Well, if you met Cousin Milith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the assaults, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover all of them. My twin sister and I, that is, you see, I had more interest in Yok, while she was drawn to the vistas of Jacques. So it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tural. So give me your sightseeing log then. Take it. Let's see. Oh, how beautiful. I should like to see these places myself someday. Sorry. I was going to just scribble down my notes on Yok Tural. I included what my sister shared with me of Jacques Tural, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin's name is Emmeline, and she's still wandering about over there. Given your natural affinity for Ironhearts, you'll doubtless run into her someday. Well, I'm sure you've got places to be and vistas to behold. May your journey through Tural be bright and unforgettable. Now, noticing the anti-aliasing here isn't too hot either, so I might fuck about with my graphics for a bit. See, the FSR smoothed that out a bit, but there's still like bits where it's jagged. Why is there only like dynamic resolution scaling as well on FSR but not? Oh Jesus, look at this. This does not look good. The sharpening on the FSR just looks nasty. Here's your switch port. At least my FPS is probably better. I don't know how to fix this. It probably is something I have to just fix in NVIDIA Inspector. Because some of these edges do not look good at certain angles. I think especially if they're at like a harsh angle, like here, you can definitely see the steps. It's probably also why the trees stick out as well at times, because they're going to be like strong vertical angles. Maybe I just go say fuck it, I'll just stick to DLSS, thanks. I know everyone shits at it, but these things never stuck out to me before. I'm not even usually that much of a stickler for anti-aliasing either, but for some reason it's, I don't know, sticking out to me. There's our sightseeing thing. Now the question is that do I do them on Scholar? Or I'll probably get XP waste, or do I do them with something else? I'll do them on Paladin. Sightseeing log entry 01 complete. Bayside Bevy. Playing host to a never-ending stream of customers, the largest marketplace in Tuliloyal is replete with goods from every corner of Tural. Its proximity to the harbour ensures that cargo unloaded from the boats and barges can be transported directly to the shelves of local merchants. There's probably going to be a few around here. Actually, might be worth dragging my sightseeing log over. Where is it? GC? Log? So there we go. Sightseeing log. There's no space. I could probably get rid of something on here. I don't need the rationing manual right now. Sightseeing log. How many we got anyway? Quite a lot. 28. That's not actually. Though, no, they said that we get expanded later on when I find her sister, so there's probably more than that. Oh, the drum's up here. We can actually get up to it. I think. It's probably a sightseeing spot. That is a big drum, jeez. Wait, is he actually... Let me turn off the music for a second. It's very hard to hear, but you can hear it. Are we all ready to leave? Yep, let's go. Then onward to Kozuma Uka. Open the way. Looks pretty open to me already. Could have just walked on by, book.
Kozumauka, the land of rainbow terraces.
Kozumauka, okay.
It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Shame it's foggy right now. I'm sure it'll clear up. So if this is anything like the previous expansions, we'll have to do the 2 areas first, and then the first dungeon will open up.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
There's no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Erenvile to keep her from getting lost. For all this grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. There is some weird shit going on. I just noticed it there, when the dialogue box was up. It was as if the anti-aliasing here was wrong, and that as soon as the dialogue box went away, it cleaned up. There seems to be some weird shit going on with dialogue boxes or certain UI objects and the anti-aliasing is what I'm observing. Which is probably why it's been looking like fucked up in cutscenes. Because right now it looks clean as a whistle. Weird. See if I can observe that again. See if I'm not just going schizo. Yeah! Holy shit, I just noticed what the problem is. Okay. Let me just take a screenshot now. And I'll take a screenshot afterwards. Everyone has arrived, and none for the worse for wear, except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is Hanu village I was telling you about. Okhanu. Complete. What the fuck, dudes? Well, I figured out what the problem was. I wonder if anyone else is going to do this. Oh, my share X is not being agreeable right now. There we go. Okay, well I know what the problem is. You might not, I don't know if you'll be able to catch it on the stream. Because I do downscale it from 1440 to 1080. But I think if you look maybe at this leaf here, it might happen. Festive people. Oh, cutscene. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume that they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed, let's do what we can. Let's do what we came to do and find this Elector. 'Tis I, the Elector, perhaps. Oh, Kile! Kili? Oh, what now? Yeah, my reaction too. It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here? Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and our entourage. I, Zanu Hali, welcome you to Okhanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of Elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the Electors was correct. We just do as Papu said, and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feats and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For a moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feats, you know, prepare ourselves. I wonder if the if I turn the UI off or on and off, does that change the anti-aliasing? Wait. I think it does. Maybe it doesn't. I'd have to check with some foliage. It's kind of hard to tell here. That's surprisingly prudent of you. Here we go. What? You think I'm being too cautious? It doesn't here. Okay, so for some reason it's a... Or maybe it does. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay. It's like a flag that happens whenever a text box is up. Does some fucky shit with the anti-aliasing. I don't know why. No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expect you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he is a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is a thinker who takes his time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes all day though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn servants you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okhanu then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Ruklamat has the rights of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances at the feat. Might I suggest a decisive force? Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alisay, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Luklamat, Couch, and myself will handle this northern half. Sounds good to me. I wonder when Thancred and Orianger are going to show up. Kunohali, the gemstone trader. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to say that the damage from the storm has been repaired and our stores are open for business. If you have any bicolor gemstones to trade, I'd love to take a look. You can access this region's gemstone trader, trade bicolor gemstones for a variety of rare and exclusive items. I should have stocked, well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Even if I stocked up, it's not like I'd be able to buy anything yet. The spirited Hanu. You heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help of the Dawn servants sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. Everyone's sad. Oh, it's raining. I didn't attune to the etherite. What does Hanu have to say? Watch your head, friends. The storm went at our thatching like a quarrel in an alpaca stable. Until we get it relayed, the slightest breeze is wont to summon a raid of reeds. Vantage point. Alright, it's collapsed in, I see now. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. All that time looking around for that? I think the cast bar for that took longer than reading the message itself. A lot of the houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. The storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Continue looking around Okhanu. Okay. Opposite side of the village this time. Bol Duxon. Closer. Word of advice, friends. A lot of animals around these parts are rainbow-hued, and many the travellers that stop to gawk at all those pretty colours. You know what bright colours in nature mean? Death. Good advice. Alright, I can actually ride my mount around here. I forgot. Boat of woven reeds. Let's take a lookie.
Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out.
Bundled reeds.
The dry and shrunken bundle suggests the reeds were harvested some time ago. Are you kidding me? If I went here first, I would have had the next quest step in the other building that I just was already in. Oh well. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plant holds both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Hello, can you hear me? I'm told they are ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too.
It's Kona's here.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Oh, here he is.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat-giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
It's okay though, because we're gonna do everything for her.
These allies of hers, though, they
Yeah,
might
see?
be a problem.
He gets it.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
But surely so many people could only earn the reward for a daily harvest, right? It doesn't strike me the sort of thing that multiple people can like to figure out. I get the reward for. The feats of reeds. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanyo, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Erenville, will you take us to the field where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. This wet wood looks pretty good. Though should this wood be wet? It's covered up. I don't think it should be. Okay, maybe that's a bit wrong. Oh, Zanu Hali. That's the elder, isn't it? Who will be the victor of the right of succession? Who will claim the throne? It's all so exciting. Speak with the Look Lamat over this way. Oh, here's your reeds. Welcome to the reed fields. Look at all these fields. Why, this could be a painting. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of the problem in no time. And off she goes. Give me strength. It's all for us to scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Bolted reeds. As Zanu Halley described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. Paddy water. The water contains no obvious contaminants and look fresh and clear at the cursory glance. The soil in the paddies is one would expect, rich in colour and suitably moist, not dry or flaky. Lethargic frog. A small frog catches your eye, strangely lackadaisical. It doesn't even bother to hop but it eventually scurries away. So everything seems fine. Nothing's amiss right now. What a mystery. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The waters looked up to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need the alchemist to know for certain. I'm an alchemist. I'm level 90 alchemy. Just ask me, I can do it. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival! This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hadu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It is an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Sure, let's go for it. Right? I failed to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklemat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds and looks like a bird. In that big building in the north. Let's go and see it. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Our poor man, just being dragged along. I wonder if any of my hump marks are nearby. What a charming float. I wonder what bird was the inspiration for its design. I didn't even notice it was a bird before. It's almost chocobo-like in appearance with the plumed tail and the way the head's shaped, kind of. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival floats. Okay, it's one of these segments. Well, it's missing an eye. But surely missing an eye does not affect its seaworthiness. I guess it's not good as a festival float, though. If it's missing an eye. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. What else is a problem? The roof, maybe? The feathers? Oh, beraggled feathers. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colours were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Where's our third thing? Oh, snapped carrying pole. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift the great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What's going on here? We were admiring your festival float. Tis a shame it's in such a poor state, due to the recent storm, I gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no ihihana. Ihihana. That was what the vessel was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We struggle to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need what? How do you pronounce that? A bokiksha for the missing eye, uiopo wood for the poles, and feathers for the winds chosen to adorn the tail. Two of these I know. A bokisha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment. An these words are fucking me up. Uiopo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by customs, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would be, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor could be high in ethereal conductivity. Your video about Elden Ring DLC saved me money. I didn't know if I wanted to get it or not, but it pushed me on the dot side. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. I don't know how to necessarily take, I guess if it allows you to make an informed decision, that's good. But I'd say if some of Elden Ring's some parts of Elden Ring you didn't enjoy, yeah, you probably wouldn't enjoy the DLC. I think that's the bottom line. Like I enjoyed the DLC, I just don't like the direction the way things have been going. Right, let's continue. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcade equipment, as well as timber favors for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. A float might also can function as an arcane device. I'd wager the float is actually a secret weapon for smithing Hanu's foes. Pray continue, Alphado. I imagine you've already reached the same conclusion, but I believe this boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? Then that must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if you repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. The thing is, I couldn't really put my finger on why I didn't enjoy the base game, but hearing you talk about the DLC opened my eyes to what I disliked about the base game too, for that matter. Yeah, I think I was searching for that myself for the longest time, to put it into words. But I think that the DLC in particular, I guess, just made everything kind of come to the top. I wrote the entire script for that in like one session. I was feeling, I don't know, impassioned. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float? A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. My Vanu man, don't you know people across the pond summoned primal gods through prayers? I'm sure your harvest festival was actually doing something in the end. I'm not usually too opinionated about things either, is the thing. So, you need to be doing something like really bad to push me over the edge. I usually like to be positive about things. But people don't want to hear positivity, unfortunately. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed labour may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. It's hard to stomach the widespread shutdown of criticism of the Get Goods. I mean, that's largely why I have not engaged with Souls discussion at all for the past decade. I think it got especially bad after like Dark Souls 3 came out. It probably sounds really funny seeing somebody who was like such a diehard Souls fan back in the day. Kind of not like the Souls fan base. I genuinely do not enjoy talking about those games with most people. I keep it to myself. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution of all your woes. And I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alice and I to continue allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okeharu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I'll carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Don't forget, if you're having fun the wrong way, they'll just dismiss it. The funny thing about that is that it goes both ways, is what annoys me. You got the entire camp that will say you didn't beat the game because you used X and Y, and then you got the other side that's just like, you're not paying properly because you're not using X and Y. It makes navigating any sort of discussion around these games like actually just draining. It's like I didn't beat the game if I used summons, but you know, I should use the summons because apparently the bosses are designed around them. Even though they become a fucking panata and like don't take any effort when I do summon them. It's actually just ugh. This is what happens when your niche video game series becomes mainstream. You just gotta tap out, is what you gotta do. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the floats as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu, and certainly, let's all go together. I remember some possibly apocryphal anecdote about Miyazaki which says the difficulty is a tool, I guess, in service of meaningful adventure. I mean, fundamentally, Souls games were never that hard, but I think it was because there was lots of like things you could like interpret as obtuse, like maybe parts of the level design or parts of the interactions between things. Like Demon Souls has a lot of obtuse stuff, like with world tendency and other aspects, but the boss fights were never the focus. I think it was the whole package, but now they just focus on boss fights as being the hard thing. It's funny because I think one of my favorite bosses in Elden Ring is actually Renella, because she resembles a Demon Souls boss up until like phase 2. She's basically the whole concept of the having a shit ton of identical enemies in the room, and you have to target the right one. It's probably one of the best versions of that boss they've done. And then phase 2 happens, where it's more like a typical boss fight, but it's not that bad because she's not hard or anything, and the summons adds a unique twist to things. But like I posted that video of me just kind of like dabbing on Bale on like until I embarrassingly died, but like he's fun up to a point. But now that I've been doing him with such restrictions, I'm finding some like really weird issues with him. I'm not sure, just like not implemented properly or just buggy, because it's especially with the frontal fire breath. It's got some really wacky behavior. Like, for starters, it's a cone attack, but I cannot pin down how it acts. Like, I don't know if it's if he just shoot. I don't know if he just shoots it forward. I don't think he does, because if you run to either side, it's a coin toss if he still catches you. So I think, okay, maybe it's he leads it. So I change direction after he shoots it, still get hit. Okay, so does he pre-aim it somewhere? He does do that, but it's really obvious when you're like on his flags because he'll physically move his head. But if you're in front of him, I don't know. Can't tell. So I'm thinking, I've also seen like a couple times where it just bugs out and like a flame will lick at like a 45-degree angle and just clip me. Well, that was before I started recording the sessions. So like if he starts the boss fight with a frontal conal fire breath, it's just like a coin toss whether you live or not. Because I cannot figure out a way to consistently avoid it. I don't think it's working as intended. If you're not up close to him when he does it, it feels like an absolute RNG check. It's, yeah. I like the boss, but that thing's absolutely fucked. Thanks to Wuklabat, we've found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. More gear, that's not worth using yet. The shipwright's name is Wook Ivu. He's a Jibral who once only moved to these names Kozaba Uka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners. To make sure and offer him proper hand-handed greetings, we wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper hand-handed greeting. Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okebekbi, to the east of here. I guess what also annoys me about difficulty discussions is that people will just say, oh, it's meant to be hard, with no nuance behind it. Hard in what way? There's lots of ways that something could be hard. Like I played Ys, like a couple Ys games at the end of last year, Oath of Elgada and Origins. And those were way harder than any Souls games I played. They're like balls to the wall right away. They do not hold your hand. And they were way more fun than anything in Elden Ring. This is Okebekbi, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozuma Uka from Tuliolal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wook Ivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Alpacas. I should take the alpaca porter at some point just to ride one. Oh, it's a big tree. I think the interesting thing about Ys games as well is that the bosses were like all super challenging, but they all felt unique in how you had to fight them. Like there was no bosses that felt the same. They were all like really varied, but like all the challenging bosses in Elden Ring all come down to you basically doing the same thing. It gets pretty, especially doing like challenge runs, it gets very dull very quickly.
What do you want with me?
Right. A greeting. Oho Kali!
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you. When in Ukano, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wuklamant. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then, consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
You can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
The entire expansion is just hard carrying Wuklamat
We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume?
to victory.
Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then. Let's get moving.
Uh-oh, we've been spied on. Just from watching this for like last 10 minutes or something, this kind of feels like the Star Wars Episode 3 where they fought on the Wookiee planet. I mean, it is a forest. But I can assure you that the stakes aren't high in this expansion. It's a low stakes story. Because we spent the last one saving the entire universe. It's time for a vacation.
Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
It's been raining a lot here as well. Maybe at least experimenting with solutions to challenges is a little less tedious. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, though, I don't think a lot of From Software fans like hearing other games being brought up in comparison to Souls games as better examples of what they could be doing. Cave Kikitola to the southwest of Ukihadu. We could return to the village first, then head there on foot. Speak to Cryo. All the way back here. Let's teleport back. But yeah, playing East was really interesting because the bosses were like balls to the wall. They did not give a fuck about you, but they always felt fair. It was always obvious when I fucked up. I was never mad at the boss. It was always like, oh, that was my fault and this is why. Like immediately. I knew the response to the problem. That doesn't mean I could like do it properly every time, but you know, I do. I could figure it out. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Actually, I was talking about Bale earlier, but a really annoying thing about Bale is that he has this attack where he roars and then starts spamming lightning pillars. And the visibility, and he can chain this lightning pillar attack into like any other action, but the problem is that the lightning pillars make the visibility absolutely fucking dog shit. If you do not evade them in the right way, Bale is just covered in particle effects. You can't tell what he's doing. Cave Kikitola, as promised, home of my very deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot raw I can't pronounce this fucking word. Abokisha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matchy that description to me. Dude, I'm going to be so glad when this quest is over and I have to say that word again. I shall help scour the island of the cave then. You take west half and I'll take the east. Is it up? Oh wait, no, it's inside. I feel like the learning process in a lot of Elden Ring's bosses is just dying on fucking purpose to figure out what's even happening. Watch this guy not help kill off my one. Yeah, he did it. Beast.
You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Lunar Hado was looking for. Okay, nice. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? We sure did. Roar Abokisha. A green glowing rock containing what appeared to be the word I can't pronounce. Yes, this is the item. Along with Kryl's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. Nice. It's part 1. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be a festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But then the big storm hit. He did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was truly why you agreed to Wuklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friends. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. I'm sure our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the item into Wukivu's waiting hands. It's all the way at the opposite side. Right, well I guess I can just set up auto walk. I just aim where I need to go. Over here somewhere. And look around a bit. I guess the nice thing about the graphics update is that the foliage has definitely gotten way more intense. Looks good. Oh. Be interesting to see how the zone looks once I can start flying around. So there's an unexplored area just up here I can probably pass by on the way up. There's striking dummies up there. What is this? It's just a fenced off area. Okay, sure. Some trees with red leaves on them? Flowers? Whatever? I don't know what the significance of this area was. I think what also made me feel stronger about Demon Souls was actually playing Kingsfield as well. I think it made me realize I just really like those kind of games, which are, you know, sure, they're kind of slow and maybe on the easier side, but the explorations just feels good. Thank you. Thanks to the third promise and our mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyopo. What of the item I asked you for? I'm not saying the item again. I'll avoid it if I can. Take it. Take off my hands. Don't make me say it again. Yes, these are excellent samples. A good quantity too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow. But not exactly how, eh? I mean, I can get a feeling how, man. I've seen some wacky shit with prayers done on this journey. Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float, I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyopo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should be back to Okehanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Back we go. There's lots of points of interest on the map. Just out in the sun. Even the shout chat is commenting on the weather. Finally good weather. I thought it was intentional for a while there. Yeah, it was raining for fucking ages. Actually see what's going on now around here. Gathering the Uyopo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wook Ivu criticized everything I did, then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into the Uyopo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen the poles and the new eye, and we just have to wait for the feathers for the twins. Wings. Lifting of wings, we also get options for dyes. Not good ones. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Actually, speaking of dyes, I wonder if the speculators have shot themselves at the foot. I want to see the price of pure white dye soon. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of Reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okehanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much for our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. He's gonna invent some miracle grow. Yeah, that sounds like Arcona. One look at the reeds and was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. That unlocks a long-forgotten memory, the egg quest in Limpsa where people bought one egg from the market board for over 1k since they didn't know about the merchant that sold eggs. Made so much money. Yeah, you can take advantage of some people in this game financially. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of the Winds Chosen. The winner was all too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing from arms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Erenville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I'm a gleaner. Magic is not part of our trading. As for us, we brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wook Ivu. All that's left is to attach them. This was during the second week of ARR release, so I don't think people fall for it anymore. Sadly, I can assure you, people still fall for it. But you need to be, I guess, do a bit more research. Like, say there'll be the new crafting quests this expansion, and there'll be like some really popular recipes, especially if it's like for culinarian or alchemist, where you can just like charge an exorbitant amount of money for the sub-materials, even if they're like really easy to make. Like I remember in Shadowbringers, one of the sub-materials for one of the new items was like an old Heavensward recipe, so you could just like mass produce it on the cheap. Even produce high quality versions that wouldn't even influence the starting quality that much, but people would buy it in droves for stupid amounts of money. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was there. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihana. The lifting of wings is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wuklamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make you seasick, will it? Not gonna assure you it won't. I don't think so. Then weigh the anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuklabat. I've roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Koza Nuyaki, where the sacred likeness of Kajiehi. I can't say these names. Ah! It's too much. Is enscored. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wuk-Avu is finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind to assist Wuk-Avu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the stride of the sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. I'm not in a position where I need to make any more money though, thankfully. I have enough money as is. And that's not even all of it. There's more on a retainer. As Lino Hanu said, Kozu Nuaki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. That's something about bridge and the stride of the sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once we've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kikshahi. Kishahi? Kishahi? Kishahi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Something to that effect. Oh, there's like 2 more major aetherites here. Earthenshire and Many Fires. Interesting. Why am I running? Just mount up. Oh right, change distractions like 20 seconds now. Huh. Forgot about that. Hello there, Bros Tito. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the Reed Fields. I've already been in there.
Where's our... Oh, they're over there. Get closer together so I can AoE. Just saw the hot take vid. I'd comment, but I'm apparently shadow banned and all my stuff has immediately disappeared regardless of content. I've had that happen before. I don't know if it's usually because YouTube picks up a keyword that they don't like and they just don't post the message. It's weird. I've had that happen myself. Been watching since the old DS1 PvP vids, 11 or 12 years now. Dag. It's always there's a certain sense of comfort when I see the OGs comment on videos. I appreciate it. It's a nice feeling that some people are still around. Dude, Alpner just killed these frogs. At this rate, we'll soon have the route to Koza Duque secured. I can't pronounce these words. This expansion is just going to be me saying I can't pronounce this. Still going. Oh, what's happened here? How did they miss this? Literally unplayable. It's on the main road. And it's not even... I'm nitpicking. But yeah, honestly, how'd you miss that? You gotta run through here. What a sick-ass statue. Destination. Are you in, son? I mean, it's been 5 hours and I haven't even been to the first dungeon yet. Though I guess it takes a lot of time when you're actually, physically reading everything and not just, speeding through it. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeliness of Kishahi, whatever it is. Hanu, the Hanu deity of the harvest. Even their sacred images are woven with reeds. It reminds me of something I saw in Academia at Adir. I was half expecting a flying whale. We'll go with that one. I can't say that. That just gives me, narrow-minded view of the world. Just because they're valued doesn't mean they all celebrate the same gods. What am I saying? A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyway, it said that Kishahi here has worshipped on another continent. The ancient faith was then brought to the Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migration here from another continent, then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linu Hanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Oh good, we get teleported back. Meanwhile, in Okhanu. Oh, I guess the two-headed guy is probably causing a ruckus.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Hello there, Electrofunk. I'm good. How are you?
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand that gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg for
Still
me.
enjoying the DLC, XIV. Glad to hear it. There's a lot to do. I wouldn't say I rushed through it. I just played a lot.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Also happy it's Friday. Yeah.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like. Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre.
I don't think it will, dude.
What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
This guy doesn't even know who I am. I'm like the strongest entity here. Fuck him.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Let me smack him with my book. Come on.
Lucky for you. Eh?
This guy's probably level 45. He isn't shit. Come on. Let me dab on him.
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more
Are they going to
than
let
that
you be
to
strong
kill
enough to beat
me.
this lizard guy? He'll probably be like a solo like trial at some point.
So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-headed, I may as well not have been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. What dye do I want? Pumpkin orange, Ochi green, Celeste green, or the 500 gil? I'll take the gil. Which class race are you? I am a scholar Lalafell. This is me. I have a glow stick book that I had to beat the hardest raid in the game for. And a fairy. That does stuff. Knowing the Hanu Hanu, Book Avu wishes to spread the word that the festival will soon be held. With that exact interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Ohi Kali, see, remember. Do I actually learn that emote though? With chat and say you should, okay, just it's one of those ones. I'm also like the smallest height on the smallest race because you got to do it that way. It genuinely kind of gives you an unfair advantage in PvP because you become harder to click. Like if you're standing in a crowd as a min-height Lalafell, people have a hard time actually try to like target you specifically. Yeah, you have to click the nameplate, otherwise there's like no chance. Like in front lines, I specifically use the smallest mount as well. Without Ihihana, life feels so empty. Oh, I need to do the thing. S. Oh. Kali. Yeah. Oh, Kali. Hello, sir. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? What to do? The spirited Hanu. I keep forgetting to just say the message. Oh, Kali. The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I wouldn't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. He's off. Good man. Mournful Hanu. Party's on, my man. Let's go. Oh, Kali. What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. It's also like an advantage when you're raiding to be like a mid-sized Lalafell because it makes like threading the needle on AoEs way easier. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. I used to be a cat girl a long time ago.
so few have come.
Yeah, because all the villagers got killed off.
Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Half the villagers here already.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
The way they're waddling forward.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Kozunuaki, that's how you pronounce it. I'll forget it. In 5 minutes. Kozunuaki. Kozunuaki. Kozunuaki.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
You telling me they did this shit every year and they weren't convinced that the light show did anything special? What?
It worked.
Yeah, no shit.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
Yeah, no shit.
That was amazing. To
What?
think that such a thing was even possible.
Why did nobody draw the connection beforehand? Whatever, okay. Sure. A little contrivance here and there. We'll take it. Should I have left the float behind like that? Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on their way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sights of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
I thought they were already doing it every year.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
I think we won
You've got
Cryo.
nothing to fear on that account.
Yeah.
Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Okay, I guess they didn't make the connection because the magic got weaker. Okay, I get it now. That's the explanation. That's fine.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
And now he'll fix up the remaining fields, and he gets the pass. Let me just slip these chemicals in here. He's developed the miracle grow off screen. The hyper compost solution. He's fluoridating. He's fluoridating the water. Stop it.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Yeah, but it's bullshit.
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Maybe it's not as fun, is it?
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamart. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So what happens now? So we and Coda get our gym badges. Do the other two just lose by default now? I guess we'll find out later.
This is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Man's on a mission.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
My journey has ended. My journey has just started already, and I've met so many wonderful people. Wook Ivu, for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linihanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head over to Zabelyav TA? Zabelyav? Okay. Back to the city. This story is basically carrying a 3rd percentile warrior in your farm party until they get them out. First roll. A heart-warping tale of uplifting others. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew it was right to trust your instincts. Come now, let us keep moving and march upwards to Urkupacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, We should see what our opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. I'll have more fun once I can start blasting shit in a dungeon. But it's I do enjoy the odd low stakes adventure you do. No stress, you know, easy going. I've been waiting what feels like days and eaten nothing but Brook Ivu's tacos to feed an army. Sorry about that. What is it that you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming. I'm just laughing at the guy doing the fucking dance with his umbrella. Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkapacha we depart from the Arch of Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkapacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Here's your forced alpaca ride. Might as well take the Dude, this is where the graphics update like really shines. Like, look at the way the light reflects on this wet stone work. Actually looks really good. I keep bringing up my fucking reshade menu. I do run reshade, but it's like, it's really subtle. All I do is just increase the contrast and saturation just ever so slightly, because the default 14 is a bit grey. Like, I doubt you'd even be able to notice a difference on stream if I even toggle between the two. Like, I don't know. Can you? Yeah. I think you can't notice it if I toggle between the two. But yeah, keep it pretty restrained. The problem with all the reshade, like ambient occlusion solutions is that they're shit. Like they show through particle effects. It never looks good. May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Yep, it's an alpaca, alright. Oklamat's not thrilled. These animals can traverse Okapacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all the while carrying heavy loads. Our merchant would be lost without them. So they fill much of the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoctoral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack of beasts at a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride on these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat at me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? No shit, she's running a travelling business. Of course you're going to pay. I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I've got on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for a fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with a third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall now be on my way now. I wish you safe travel. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. I mean, the reason you got spat on in the first place, Labat, is because you fucked around and found out. Just don't do it again, you'll be fine, surely. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. Yeah, see? The voice of reason, Erenville. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. And get a grip.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Noctural, Urkopacha. Urkopacha is a fun name to say.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Emarrel.
I can't fucking see it!
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other
What about
reasons
it?
the ambitious keep their distance.
Couldn't see anything.
Oh, do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk-Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Bol Nok.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
What a name.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural. traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
I don't know. You seem pretty easy to trick.
Watchun Pello's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
Wait, where's is that it? Is that the bit he was talking about over there? I gotta assume it was. I could not see it in the cutscene though. At least the alpacas are actually passive and not, you know, highly aggressive like all the other expansion wildlife. This is it. Watchun Pello, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all the way for the rite of succession. Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes. Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. The finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Emarrel, did you... Begone, merchant, we shan't fall for your tricks. Ah, Ashitona from far-off Dawntrail. Northern winters are bitterly cold affair, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak, quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us take Erenvil's words of caution to heart. When do I get my new action anyway? I think it's 92. I'm still in 90. Where is it? Baneful Impaction. 92. A button I can press every 2 minutes. Joy. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy. Then, Kryl, Alice and I speak with the merchants. Wuklamat, you and Erenvile might try approaching travellers and passerbys. Couch, pray investigate any other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn art of use, let us relay it to the third promise. I mean, surely finding the village chief is just as easy as just asking anyone who's in charge, you know? There must be something going on over here. Everyone's dropping by. I like this village because it actually kind of, it's for shorter people, so it actually feels kind of, you know, appropriately sized for Lalafell. Lovely. Welcome, welcome. Urkopacha is terribly cold, isn't it? Come sit down and have a cup. You'll warm right up. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't care much who sits the throne as long as they keep Toral peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh right, yes, we were asking about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. I could buy out this entire village. I ain't scared of no merchants. My frame rate is getting shat on in this direction. 44? But it's like 60 this way. Huh. Christ. Electors, oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Jah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, perhaps, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? Just answer my question. Very well, but you said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Jah or his policies. Rip. We took the mask off, and they were like, no, I'm not going to help. Why is my frame rate so shit at this angle? Hello there, I'm Mablu. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, and be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. That stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not too long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens to this ranch. The gemstone trader over here. And the alpaca heap. Welcome. If there's an alpaca you need, then look no further. The usual rigmarole. Tepley. I'm pleased to report that my stall is open for business, though I do not accept Pell or Gil. Bicolor gemstones are most welcome. Alpaca fillet. Do they eat these things as well? Mega Megui pineapple. Silver lobo hide. Ooh. I ain't learned nothing. You really have to watch yourself around these silver tongue peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley and the man to talk... I did learn that Tobley was the man to talk about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before the others return. Just saw somebody with a legacy tattoo. Just teleport. Pretty weird sight. Something about the alpaca ranch just shits on my frame rate when approaching it. I don't know what that's about. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say I'm not scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of those workers Tobley? Tobley, oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is though. You can't? Was this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favourite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Heh, so it is like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. So let's question first. So let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Look, Labat, I'm guild capped. I could pay for this entire endeavor. We could take a shortcut. Great, we could meet back here to share our impressions. I can give every NPC here 10 million gil, and I would not even feel it. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if the Elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Boastful ranch hand. You think I might be Tobley? Haha, well, maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Can we see the mountain now? Holy shit, we can actually see it now. It's like there was that quest back in Stormblood where Alfredo was going to buy that sword for whatever amount of money before Tataru comes in. It's like I could have actually just fit the bill. There's no problem. Am I Tobley? Yeah, yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise at our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence with the rite of succession then? See that mountain in the distance? You can climb it. Yeah, we'll climb it in a 20-minute dungeon. That'll be the mountain. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The diligent ranch hand, the boastful ranch hand, the nonchalant ranch hand. Honestly, I think it's none of them. He seemed unconvincing to me, but if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. All these choices are wrong. It's not here. Tobley, I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? I say, hand over the coin. The truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I just like to come by and watch the alpacas. What, you don't even work here? I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this. I'm gonna make you waste all your money. The diligent ranch hand, maybe. Probably is that one. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. None of them are the right one. I'm calling it now. We know it's you, Topley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. Oh, okay. That is Topley. Okay. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Topley, head ledger for Wanchin Pillow, the head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Ah, in a place featured in the Tuliyola saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. I think it's more, it would have been a pity, otherwise I would have been out of pocket.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
You're Tobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
Why does this guy sound like so devious?
Must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Looks pretty friendly to me.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
I don't know, I don't think this guy's gonna have a problem.
And by
doing
you,
it.
I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh, okay, that's the catch, I guess.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite,
You didn't say you had to capture the alpaca alive. I mean, you're not wrong.
I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
Yeah, but he's like 3 times your size. He can probably just, yeah, pick it up and carry it to you. This guy doesn't give a shit.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Yeah, let me just broil it. Oh, I'll even deliver it cooked.
Are you alright, Orklamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I mean, how are they going to prove that they caught it in the first place? Surely I can just go do it and just hand it over. Who's the adjudicators here? Are they watching us the whole way? Whew. Oh, I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff of me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. I'd rather not. Yeah, I saw that look. Level 91. So, can you smell it? Be honest. What does Emarrel have to say? As Wuklamat helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I've enough trouble with that tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? I mean, not my problem. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. That'll be 10 million gil. Have you perhaps forgotten that we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the 1,000 column. Nothing. What's the exchange rate on that? You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that would come to around $1 million or so. Just let me foot the bill. Come on. You're standing next to a fucking billionaire. Just let me pay. Are you happy if we all pitch in? I could buy 1,000 of these saddles. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having one of the others pay the cost. I find the money somehow. In that case... the basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel, in the 1,000 column, in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for even more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh right, I panicked and got confused with Alfredo's billion gil. So we're on a Zelda trading quest now. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You're almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture the alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend the alpacas. Gladly, although Couch, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice for her. My advice is just let me foot the bill. That's it. In that case, you should hold on the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool to Couch anyway. They're better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Okay, so it's one of those trade-up quests that you've seen in different adventure games. This village is nice though. I like it. It's up here anyway. I can get a nice view of the place. Oh, they got one, I guess, making wheat or something. Not wheat, flour. There's a sightseeing log up here. Let me get to it. Yep. Number 06 Vista Record. Watching Pillow. Nestled in between the mountains, the dwellings of this village are noticeably scaled down to accommodate the smaller size of its inhabitants. It is here that the peddler clan of the Pelu Pelu manufacture their traded goods, such as coffee and mezcal, as well as maintain a ranch for the breeding and training of alpacas. I'm going to talk to whoever's over here. Halfway. Something I can do for you. We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle is it? And how will you be paying for it? Me, I'll foot the bill. Here, take 1,000,000 gil. With a basket of this fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff when you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal we had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at the least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoral Jah will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. We got sabotaged. Good job. I can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. But what if war happens and he dies? Well, you just don't have the war happen to you, you know? Just live as far away as possible from the war. Not your problem. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made swift trade swift and easy. Far away from the war where there are no soldiers in need of saddles. I mean, you just, you sell it to them, right? And they just take it where they need to. They managed to ship, you know, tanks from America to the front lines of Europe. I'm sure they could, you know, ship some saddles over. Half the continent. Should be fine. Then you have those like Havley, convinced that the first promised plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I memorized the accounts of what it was like when the XIV ruled our village. That is why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn's servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal that Sadamaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or a stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you a Dawn servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jog right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's try first exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade it at the loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. But who's going to be desperate for alpaca wood in the alpaca village? Sure, they can just like walk up to one and get some alpaca wool, right? It's like trying to find the guy who wants wool on a sheep farm. Of course, the weaver, Bolnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed to my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. I think we're probably going to leverage on the fact that this guy wants her to win, and we'll pay extra. Not that he's actually, you know, that desperate for wool. It's foggy again. You can't even see this mountain. Oh, it's right there, I think. This is the spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. And he was probably going to Ikulvlo's Inn. Many visitors of Watchin Pello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Oh, there's a village right there. I see it. Wait, how big is this map? This one seems larger than the other one. Maybe. It might feel larger just because of the verticality. It'll be harder to like just walk in a straight line. Look at the little signpost. Couple alpacas and a mountain. This looks nice. Can I have that basket couch? I've been carrying it this whole time? Thanks, now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Thought I'd promise you. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Look, man, we really need to rip you off so we can, you know, buy a really expensive saddle. I see, so the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. That allow me to invest in your efforts. I knew it. Peace in Toral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Well, we made 5 times our money back, I guess. I can't believe you quadrupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Couch remembered our weaver friend, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I think so. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Couch. You take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenville would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. Sure. Success. You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? They have a fabulous sense of style. I'll go with the first one. Sounds funny. That's the obvious answer, isn't it? If we look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. Seems a bit too straightforward. So where should we begin on our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. They might be interested in travellers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamuja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamuja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. Hampers their movement. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamuja carrying arms can be struck off the list. So not this guy. They already have a poncho. Has this guy got a weapon? That guy's got a weapon. It's probably this one. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapons. Oh, we might have a winner. Ho there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tulioyal, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like for a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the 1,000 column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the Epunius owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be calm type, right? Another excellent trade. Success. You traded a 500 pill wool poncho for a 1,000 pill hatchet. Yeah, but we only made twice as much money and not 5 times like the last trade. So I wouldn't rate it as highly. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. I mean, I already am an excellent merchant. What are you talking about? I could buy this entire map. Your entire country could be under my thumb for a price. You've been doing so well. Even Tobley would have to agree. Before we get moving, we should be the one. You should be the one to hold this. The hatchet. Sure thing. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Malblues has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Begin the alpaca ride. Sure thing. Look at its stride. What a graceful creature. I still don't trust them. They're talking. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pele would never have become travelling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? That creature looks nasty. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Warkor Zormor, wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to Yok Hui. The night music's always nice. It's like always just a nice soothing piano track. So Maplu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work. No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. Like my hunt targets here. It's just I'm not sure if I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. I have to remember to come out here and hit my hunt targets. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Akilvalo's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took me in all the ranch hands. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. What was the stern face I gave her? I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for the saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. It's mate harvesting season. We can't have too many quality hatchets. Add that to Wuklamat's way with people and we should have no trouble making a favourable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining. What kind of trade are we making though? Speaking of trades, I need to look at eBay for a second. See what my items are doing. No notifications? Okay. Close tab. You have that little axe for me. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What have you to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. What if she turns around and just says, this is Garbo? The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the 1,000 column. The same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season. It's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It's indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offence, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. And I will no longer have need for hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuk-Lamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Konoha reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labour to the bargain. Surely the labour's not worth that much, though. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Couch and I have mates to gather. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then. And mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. I found the script for how to trade in RuneScape. Offer more. Well, and then take it all the way at the last second and press accept. I'd hope they're not paying attention. I know that script. Never fell for it, thankfully. Put 5 leaves together. Surely the labour's not going to be worth that much, right? If we're treating like the 10,000 pel, it's going to be worth like somehow some insurmountable cost to get over. I can't imagine our labour costs are going to amount to much. Or surely you'd have no shortage of workers. You know, if anyone could just come in here. Miklu, you brought me some leaves then. How much are they worth though? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fare before I make any decisions though. Here, we brought our shares as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honour mine. After adding the value of the labour to your price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. What? That's actually a fair bit now. Premium mate bought at the shop. 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the 1,000 column. What? Seems a bit like she's like overpaid us, I think. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. That's like 500,000 gil. Technically, we just earned from just picking some leaves around. Mablu, what's wrong? It is as if I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help in forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? So you intend to give up the first option? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinions, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What next then? We try to trade our tea leaves or for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way to double the value, eh? Think you can do it? I mean, we've been doing that the whole time. Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoral Jah? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuklamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Why do I look so judgmental? I don't look convinced. Success, you traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves. I really I told you, this expansion's plot is you carrying the 3rd percentile warrior in your mountain farm until they get the drop. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenvile's points. Really? Ready then. Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Let me do my hunt marks first. So I know they're right here. Back all the way over there. Okay. What were my other hunt marks even? Whatever a Bander coral is. Jungle iguana and hammerhead crocodile. How many of these guys are we going to kill? Just the one of them, okay. Yes. All that for 500,000 XP, that's not bad. Not bad at all. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to the people here in the distillery couch, perhaps Wuklamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Gather information at the Mezcal distillery. Babilja. Me, I'm a chef from Tulioyal. I often come here to buy Gobley's Mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up gaddled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Doesn't that mean we're giving him that good deal, trading it for half as much, right? Probably. I mean, it's not my problem. I could have foot the bill from the start. I could have just avoided this entire sequence if they let me. Gobley might be a deft-hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumour has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of the sun perch. Wait, where's our next guy? The other side of the building? No, all the way over here. Up there. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightfully bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. If you go ahead, I'll bring Wuklamat. I've already been there. I know what she's talking about. Up this slope. Do you have business with me, madame? Why don't we talk down below as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. It's so over. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. So why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The Hubigo chef's distaste for strong drink, Gobley's invitation to the palace, the monsters in the Agave fields. I mean, I could probably take care of that myself, so that's probably a good starting point. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. Okay. Gobley's invitation to the palace. Let's hold on to that one and consider our timing. Okay, why even give me a choice? Yeah. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I noticed growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friends, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavour to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We can keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expected, you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with their presence. Then the contest is decided. The subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumoured invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honour and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying that you have garments to offer, something ideal for courts? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Wuklamat, a keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly! I'd be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and the introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a signed bargain on. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Couch and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachin Pello. Be safe. Watch the monster be my hunt mark that I just killed. Where are we going? All the way up there. Actually, what's even the right way? I'm gonna assume it's this way. Past the gate. That should be a Gave Jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. Seeing that 20-second chain is still tripping me up. This guy. I helped him out. He just runs off. Why do I bother? Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. I wonder if I can jump down from here. It seems like you can. Oh wait, but if I aggro the enemy and then drop down, I'll die. Probably not good. Oh wait, this leads somewhere completely different. Here we go. The monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have that sack of leaves. Take it, man. Take the herb. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Why was I looking after it while I was fighting off everything? I should have handed it to Mablu to begin with. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnock, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal. Aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Good work, especially for you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I am just a ranch hand. For now, should I ever become a proper merchant though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. We're still on level 90 quests. There we go. We got our premium mezcal. Excellent. We can finally go catch that alpaca. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Oh, here you got your One Piece cosplayer. Off he goes. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. What if he just says no? I want 20,000 now. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought you your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for what we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Joralza, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste the smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that for the promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feats accomplished. Good job. Success. You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. Mission accomplished. You acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. It's as easy as that. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but You're actually kind of cute. You're only now just noticing that. Zoral Ja, he's back. What? Dude, he got a HQ alpaca, having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he brought, is it me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such beasts. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. I kneel. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with an overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror of hopelessness firsthand. What? Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. Those are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliodal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they have basked in the unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers a much-needed lesson in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. What a fucking crazy plan. 'Tis true the war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen from my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate to Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon a more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold, with an opportunity appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved gym badge, keystone. They're even all different colours. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Kona. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zoral Ja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I practice how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orunkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamat off on our hunt. The quest objective is simply just to cheer on Wuklamat. This spot's nice. For some reason, this is reminding me of a one of the zones in Monster Hunter Frontier. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but I played a bit of it, and there was a locale that was kind of similar. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on Wuk-Lamat as she marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing a wild alpaca.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
I like how Alfredo just wants to ditch.
As will I. Wuk-Lamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
I think Alfredo was peer pressured into staying there. I think he wanted to leave.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
something's happened to her. We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
She tamed the beasts. Good job.
I did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Knowing the Pelu Pelu. Muklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic though? Mate tea. I'll run the ranch and get a pot brewing, that way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. So Mablu so wisely suggested we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. That's a bit of a distance. Come back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Muklamat can't be that far behind. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what signs they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zor Al-Jah did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tulioyal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then dawn came, and young Galul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by his imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Okhui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulo Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. Could you imagine this guy drinking from one of their tiny teacups? None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulo Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yoke Huey subjugation. Then he turned the appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the roads to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who travelled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was a few words from Galu Jajal transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulo Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Spit in her face. Do it. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments that earns you your keystone. Okay, we got 2 out of 7 gym badges now. Five more to go. I wonder how heavy these keystones even are. Surely it's a hassle having to lug them around. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and their customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamat. You've given me the courage to say that I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be of only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. Oh wait, shit, skip the text. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You'll make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobly. Oh. What did I tell you, Bablu? There's one thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to Yok Huey. Talk to the Yokhui, the giants. They once ruled over far more than just Urkapocha and Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yoktural and its peoples. During that era, Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Go up the mountain. It's totally a dungeon. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. And since we finished that with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces like it first became fashionable in Yoktural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler's business, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Jazz supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. There's a chance you're correct. Only because we will carry her to the end. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoral Jah and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and God knows you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Yeah, let's. Back to Jabalyav TA with us. The contest has already begun. Dude, we've already got a fucking level 83. Oh, he's already only level 83. I thought it was like actually 90 painter already. But they've still got some catching up to do. What about that one though? Oh, back to the big band zone. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we've already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Probably level 91 now. Yeah, there we go. The success of others. We've now won 2 keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Gulo Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City means they know something useful. The home of Yuk Hui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way round, through Kozamauka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we'll call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. Oh, everything's fucked, I guess. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? Find all the ether currents. We can fly there. There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest in the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course. Who'd you take me for? Well, as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Hot air balloon? I guess, maybe. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. That reminds me, I need to hand in my Wondrous Tales book. I need to get my axe repaired. Nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachu Meki Meki. And a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. But before we do, I'm going to just quickly teleport to Idleshire. Or she's accompanying me? No, we're good. Idleshire. Might be interesting to see how one of these old zones looks. I mean, nothing's standing out as particularly different right now, besides maybe the metal material on these doors. It's Chloe! Shit. I actually want the poetics, I think, but I'm capped. I'd want to buy probably gear for Painter and Viper at some point, so I'm gonna go to Yulemore. I'm sure there'll be gold stuff in here that I can look at. Yeah. Shiny. Actually, what gear does my Blue Mage have at the moment? Okay, so I probably need to buy a torso. At the very least. Hat, torso, gloves. Okay. Discipler Magic. Hat, torso, gloves. And then back to Idleshire. There's lots of painters standing around. this poetics. Or leveled up, sick. Action learned, baneful impact. Great, I can press this every 2 minutes. Actually, what's my opener now anyway? Okay, so I guess you they can get all these off now. Also, it's probably worth clipping the royal here. You're only going to lose like 2 ticks, 3 tops, and then they would catch every single raid buff at the end of that. Okay. Ooh, the map. Very nice. There's Miracidia down there. And I guess I was down this way as well. Ready? The markets of Wachimeki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Bevy. She's following me. Right. The other side of the port area. So one of those gold dies now, look. It's not going to look much different in the preview screen. Though I do notice a difference. Oh, there's a dialogue box over there that I missed. This is Aunt Tilly's Tacos, named after its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliolal, this place sits at the top of Zab. I can't say this name, dude. Jabal Yav Tie. Jabal Yav Tie. You say that the promise, but you only ever eat old Brook Evu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, T-Soul, it's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. It's because she doesn't like spicy food, in reality. Lovely. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty dick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Leave the cleaving rocks again. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Can you fix it? You stand amongst Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question. 'Tis child's play. We'll have it prepared for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Couch, a great adventurer recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet with you, actually. Thought she might have a reason to visit Wachimeki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand centre of trade. A pleasure to meet with you, Couch. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. Wasn't this the man on the boat? Yeah. Oh, was he one of Rowena's employees? I bet he was. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fontaine? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. What are you here for? That is to say... He's off. We're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if I could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. Might as well take this etherite. Well, I wonder where he is. Maybe where the congregation of adventurers are. Hello, sir. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him. Good. I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Do you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolal, I worked as a goldsmith of the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Uldar. Thames aesthetic. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. All right then. You offered a morsel and then served us a full course. You must really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicaments, or feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers. Yeah, that's when you put it that way. I mean, I don't need the flashback here. I know who she's talking about. Not me. I'm Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal, daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course. You're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your worth against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. On occasion. To the former. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commission will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Why did that sentence make me fumble up so much? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Perhaps I will truly give it one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? I like animated characters like him. Give me more of that. Oh, sorry, Couch. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fonjintin is giving himself another chance. All for all Terali. I can't help but wonder if Fonjintin will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. Where's my dungeon? God, it's been almost 8 hours. I haven't fought anything besides trash mobs. Maybe it gets faster paced later on. 'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fonjintain, and I'm a goldsmith from Ul'dah in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki. If you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what this is about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle any necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. Is clothing still looking pretty low res though? Despite the update. I don't think his equipment's been updated. I think some of the detail stuff's been added to it. But what's going on here? I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know what it was all about. I don't know that I was all that helpful. Ugh. Hard sentence to say for some reason. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tart Harbour. Oh, we're taking a ship? Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of Wachumeki artisan. Oh ho, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fonjintain. Let me know if that doubt keeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbour. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Erenville. I just alternate between the two. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? We're taking a boat. Look there. That's my big plan. What is that? It's a Pudity. She'll be pulling the boat upriver. Is this animal abuse? How do we know she won't thrash about and sick us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her a reason to. First alpacas, now punities. We're relying on lots of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But it'd have to be my old nemesis, another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up for the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants from Kozamauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one for a few of the few which remain. I did consider it a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona. Everyone had the same idea. Lamiti. Travelling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Thancred! Urianja! What are you doing here? I was wondering when they'd show up. Escorting a promise. It's the same as you. I've heard as much of the incomparable Archons during my time in the Studium. As such, as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology, which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you 2, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliolal spans the entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may plunge into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course. We made sure of those who were working with before agreeing to this endeavour. He was even more opaque than Urianja at times, but it's surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back. I expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I don't know, man. I'd rather hang out with my boy, Urianger. Urianger. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Erenval has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenvile, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kryl will stand on guard with Couch. Lala squad, let's go. I'll keep Erenvile company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphado. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavour to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. I should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Okay, I guess that's the first dungeon unlocked then. It's been 8 hours. I'm hungry. Let the hunt begin. I think what I will do then, probably a good time to have a break, have some food, and I'll come back afterwards. So let me just set up the next stream. Schedule stream. Oh, I can't reuse the settings of the stream I'm currently using. Okay, whatever. Finally, at the first dungeon. The XIV. Dawntrail. Final Fantasy 14 Dawntrail. It only took 8 hours to get here. Big thumbnail. Change my game title. Customization visibility public. What's the time right now? I'll probably set this for 6:30. Right. Let me just set the next stream up. Okay, share the link. Okay, so I'm going to take a break now because I'm hungry. It's been 8 hours. I need to get, my mouth's dry as well from all this talking. So I'm gonna have some food. I've got some stuff prepared, so it shouldn't take long. But I'll probably be back in half an hour, maybe. So link to next stream is here. I will see you in half an hour. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you soon.